The Republic by Plato, Part 3. If we're going to be any good as lawgivers at all, I think we'll prescribe everything else the same way. But what can you suggest as a suitable study? Nothing at the moment, he said. But motion, I think, surely has more than one form. Maybe someone wise could name them all, but two at least should be apparent to us. Which two? Astronomy and its counterpoint. What's that? Just as the eyes are fashioned for astronomy, the ears are fashioned for harmonic motion, and don't we agree with the Pythagoreans in calling astronomy and harmonics sister sciences, Glaucon? Yes. Then we'll save ourselves a lot of work by asking them their opinion of harmonics and of anything else they may have. But in all these studies we'll stay alert for what we're after. What? That our charges attempt to learn none of them incompletely, without always arriving where they all must arrive, as we just said about astronomy. Or don't you know they do the same thing in harmonics as in astronomy? They struggle endlessly to measure audible sounds and consonances against each other, and accomplish nothing. Yes, by the gods, it's ridiculous how they hunt for something they call minimals and strain their ears as if trying to eavesdrop on their neighbors. Some insist they overhear a note between two others and that this is the smallest interval and must be made the unit of measurement. Others deny it and say the strings are making identical sounds. Both sides put the ear above the mind. You're referring to those noble gentlemen who stretch strings on pegs with torture and interrogation. I won't strain the image with blows from the pick, denunciations, and the strings high-strung bravado, but simply say I didn't mean them, but the Pythagoreans, who do the same thing as the astronomers. They search for numbers in these audible harmonies instead of ascending to problems and examining which numbers are harmonic and which not, and why in each case. That would be a superhuman task, he said. Useful, I said, for investigating the beautiful and the good, useless if hunted differently. I suppose, he said. If all these studies are pursued far enough to see their mutual relationships and to infer what they have in common and how they are related, I think their study will somehow lead to the desired end and the effort won't be wasted. Otherwise it will. I predict so too, he said. But the work will be stupendous, Socrates. You mean in the prelude, or what? Or didn't you know that all this is merely the prelude to the song they must learn? Surely accomplished mathematicians don't strike you as sharp at dialectics. In contrast to true sounds, inaudible and intelligible. No, by Zeus, except for a very few that I've met. And will people who can't examine or explain their views in discussion ever know what we say they must know? No again, he said. Then isn't this the song performed by dialectics, Glaucon, the song which, though intelligible, we represented by the power of sight when we said the prisoner tried to look first at animals themselves, then at the stars themselves, and finally at the sun itself. So for anyone who uses dialectics alone without any of the senses and attempts to storm each thing itself that is with rational discourse and doesn't stop be until he seizes the good itself that is with the intellect itself, he arrives at the end of the intelligible world, as the prisoner arrived at the end of the visible. Absolutely, he said. Wouldn't you call this journey dialectics? Of course. Being freed from those chains and turned around from the shadows to the phantoms and the firelight, climbing up from the cave to the sun and being temporarily blinded and unable to look directly at plants, animals, and the light of the sea sun, but only at their divine apparitions in water and at shadows, not at shadows of phantoms shadowed by a light which is itself a phantom compared to the sun, but at shadows of real things, just as there the body's clearest part was led to the contemplation of the brightest thing in the bodily and visible region. So here the study of all the subjects we've gone through has the power to lead the soul's best part up to the sight of the best of the things that are. I accept that, he said, though it seems to me altogether hard to accept, and in another way hard not to accept. But still, since we'll have to return to this topic many times again, let's assume it's as you say and go on to the song itself and describe it as we did the prelude. Tell us the manner of dialectics power, what parts it consists of, and what again are its parts. They, it seems, would lead the wanderer to a resting place on the road and to the end of his journey. 533. No longer, dear Glaucon, will you be able to follow, though not for lack of enthusiasm on my part. I'd have to degree I.E. the figures that threw the shadows on the wall of the cave. Divine, because reflected by the sun, a god. Show you not an image of what we're discussing, but the truth itself as it appears to me, whether it's so or not I wouldn't presume to assert. But we will assert that something like this is what we must see. Isn't that so? Of course. And also that only the power of dialectic will reveal it, and only to those experienced in the studies we just went through. That's worth asserting too, he said. At least no one will quarrel with us when we say that some other method methodically attempts in every case for every itself to grasp what each of them is. All other skills are directed either toward human opinions and desires or toward composites that come into being or toward the care of growing or composite things. As for the remaining studies, geometry and the ones that follow it, which we said catch hold of something of being, we see that they merely dream about reality and will never glimpse it while waking as long see as they use assumptions they don't disturb and can't explain. When someone begins with a source he doesn't know and weaves his intermediate strands and final conclusion out of this unknown, his reasoning may be consistent, but how could it ever be knowledge? It couldn't, he said. Therefore, I said, dialectics is the only method that advances this way, by demolishing assumptions, up to the source itself to secure confirmation. It gently drags the idea of the soul out of the odious ooze in which it lies buried and leads it upward, using the studies we've gone through as helpers for turning the soul around. We've been referring to them as a knowledge out of habit and for want of a better word to describe something more distinct than opinion but murkier than knowledge. I guess we defined it earlier as understanding, but I suppose people with such important things to examine shouldn't haggle over a word. We'll be satisfied if it indicates clearly enough the state of soul that we mean. Indeed, he said. Then as before we'll be content with calling the first 5 i.e.p. 174. See diagram of divided line, footnote 10, p. 172. Here, knowledge is substituted for intellection, and intellection refers to the whole intelligible das, cb. Plato dislikes consistent terminology. Part knowledge, the second understanding, the third trust 534 and the fourth imaging. The first two are both intellection, the other two both opinion. Opinion concerns becoming, intellection being. As being is to becoming, so is intellection to opinion, and as intellection is to opinion, so is knowledge to trust and understanding to imaging. As for the proportion of their objects to each other, and the division of each das, the objects of intellection and of opinion, into two, we'd better let that go, Glaucon, to avoid a longer discussion than the one we've already had. Well, as to the rest, he said, I agree, as far as I'm able to follow. Would you also call someone a dialectician who can grasp and explain the essence of each thing? As for one who cannot, would you say the less able he is to give an account of a thing to himself or another, the less intelligence he has of it? What else could I say? Then the same with the good. He who cannot define the shape of the good in argument by sorting it out from everything else and pass through every examination as in battle, eagerly testing his position by essence, not opinion, and march out of all this with his argument unthrown, won't you say that he knows neither the good itself nor any good thing, that if he clings somehow to a phantom of something, he clings to it not by knowledge but by opinion, and that he drowses and dreams his present life away and won't wake up until he gets to Hades and falls asleep forever? Yes, by Zeus, I'll say all that. Now you've been raising and educating these children of yours in word, but if you ever have to do so in deed, I doubt if you'll let them be rulers in charge of the greatest things in the city if they are incapable of expression, like irrational numbers. Of course not, he said. Then won't you legislate that they take part in the education that makes them able to question and answer most knowingly? As intellection is to opinion, so is knowledge to trust and understanding to imaging. CB AC equals EB, DC equals CE, add. See diagram of divided line, footnote low, p. 172. Yes, together with you. Do you think dialectic caps our studies like a cornice so that we can't properly set another study higher than it? Has our discussion of studies reached its end? Yes, he said. Next then, I said, you must decide whom we shall give these studies to, and in what way. Do you remember the kind of men we chose earlier when we were selecting our rulers? How could I forget? Then assume that those must be the natures we have to select. We must prefer the bravest and most stable, who are as well formed as possible and have not only tough, noble dispositions, but also natural parts suited to our education. What are you setting down now? Why, keenness toward their studies, of course, as well as ease of learning. A soul will much sooner shrink from severe studies than from athletics, because the work is more kindred and personal to it, not shared by the body. He must also be retentive, dogged, and fond of all kinds of work. How else could anyone work through all those physical labors and also master such a great study and discipline? No one, without having natural talent. That's the error now, and the reason philosophy has fallen into dishonor. As we said, people don't embrace her by merit. Her embraces should be legitimate, not bastards. How do you mean? He asked. Well, for one thing, I said, they shouldn't limp and be half fond of work and half not, as when a person loves work in gymnastics, hunting, and all bodily labors, but hates it in learning, listening, and searching. Someone whose fondness for work runs the opposite way is also a cripple. Very true, he said. In the same way, won't we dust a soul as maimed for truth if it hates voluntary lies and can hardly bear one itself or choke back its indignation when someone else tells one, but cheerfully accepts an involuntary lie and doesn't get indignant at being trapped somehow in ignorance, but wallows in it as complacently as a hog? Absolutely. The same for temperance, courage, grandeur, and every part of excellence. We must be on our guard for those let-it-go mate in them and for the bastards. When anyone, a man or a city, doesn't know how to examine a person for such things, they unwittingly employ cripples and bastards for whatever occasion arises, as friends in the one case, rulers in the other. That's a fact. Then we must be cautious about all this, because if we admit quick-limbed, quick-witted people and educate them in so great a study and so great a training, Justice herself won't reproach us and will preserve regime and city alike. If we bring in a different kind, we'll do just the opposite and dump even worse ridicule on philosophy's head. That would be shameful, he said. It would, I agreed. But I think I just made myself look ridiculous again. How? See, I forgot we were playing and spoke too intently. I glanced at philosophy as I spoke, and seeing her spattered with mud unworthily, I think, I got indignant and addressed the culprits too seriously, as though I had lost my temper. It was none too serious for me as a listener, by Zeus. But for me as the speaker, I said. Now let's not forget that though in our earlier selection we chose older men, we won't do so here. We won't let Solon persuade us that an old man can still learn, any more than he can win a race. All great and difficult labors belong to the young. Necessarily, he said. Arithmetic, geometry, and the whole preliminary education that prepares for dialectics must be presented to them as children, but we mustn't teach them in any way that uses force. Why not? Because a free man mustn't learn anything slavishly. Enforced bodily labors do the body no harm, but enforced learning doesn't stay with the soul. True, he said. Therefore, Glaucon, make sure you raise your children 537 by having them play in their studies, and don't use force. That way you'll also more easily see what each of them is naturally fit for. The reference is to 412 p. 81–82. Solon, below, was an Athenian lawgiver and poet, ca. 640–560 BC. That makes sense, he said. You'll recall that we said they must be brought out to battle as observers on horseback, and that whenever it was safe we should bring them up close to taste blood, like pups. The one who consistently proves the most agile in all these labors, studies, and terrors must be selected and enrolled on a list. At what age? He asked. When they are freed from enforced gymnastics. During that period of 2 or 3 years it will be impossible for them to do anything else, because sleep and exhaustion are inimical to study. At the same time this will be one of our best tests, to see how each of them does in gymnastics. After that time the ones chosen from the 20-year-olds will receive greater honors than the others, and the studies given them promiscuously as children will now be unified into a comprehensive view of the relation of these studies to one another and to the nature of what is. That's the only learning that stays with the ones who receive it. It's also the best test for a dialectical nature. A comprehensive man is dialectical, others not. I agree, he said. Then you must examine which of your candidates are especially like that and also unyielding in their studies as well as in battle and other lawful duties. These, when they've passed their 30th year, you must choose from out of the chosen, appoint to higher honors than the others, and examine, testing them by the power of dialectic to see which can let go of his eyes and the rest of his senses and approach being itself and truth. Here, Glaucon, the job demands the greatest alertness. Why? Haven't you noticed how great an evil has grown up around dialectics? What evil? Its adepts seem infected with lawlessness. They certainly do. Do you think that's surprising? Won't you forgive them? Why on earth should I? Because they are like a man raised as an adopted child in a large, powerful family and surrounded by wealth and flatterers, who upon reaching manhood learns that his parents aren't his parents at all, but can't discover his real ones. Can you surmise his attitude toward those flatterers and toward his adoptive parents, both in the time when he doesn't know he's adopted and after he does? Or would you rather hear my surmise? I'd rather hear yours. Well, I said, I surmise that while still ignorant of the truth he'll honor his father and mother and his other seeming relations more than the flatterers, be less willing to see his parents in need, less willing to disobey them in anything important, and less willing to say or do anything lawless to them than to those toadies. Very likely, he said. But after he learns his true situation, I surmise that his honor and seriousness will relax toward his parents and intensify toward the flatterers. He'll listen to them more attentively, begin to fashion his life after theirs and to associate with them openly, and unless he's unusually decent by nature, care not at all for that father of his and for his other adoptive relations. You're telling it as it would be, he said. But what does this simile have to do with people who take up discourse? From childhood on we have certain convictions about just and beautiful things, in which we're brought up as though under parents, which we honor and whose commands we obey. Indeed. And then there are certain contrary practices, which produce pleasure, flatter the soul, and drag it to them, though they are unable to persuade anyone moderate, who honors the paternal teachings and obeys their commands. True. Now what happens to someone like that when a question comes up and asks what is the beautiful, and he answers what he heard from the lawgiver and the argument refutes him, and after being refuted many times in many ways he's finally reduced to the opinion that this is no more beautiful than ugly, and so for the just and the good and everything he once held in honor, after all that, what do you think his attitude toward those convictions will be? He'll necessarily neither honor nor obey them as much. And when he no longer honors and obeys them as relatives, but can't discover the true ones, is he likely to go over to any life but the flattering one? No. So I think he'll seem to have grown lawless instead of law-abiding. Necessarily. Then the condition of people who approach discourse like that is reasonable and deserves forgiveness, as I said. Pity too, said Glaucon. To keep this pity from applying to your 30-year-olds, won't you be cautious how they take up dialectics? Extremely. Wouldn't one of the best precautions be to make sure they don't taste it while young? Surely it hasn't escaped you that when young fellows first encounter discussion they treat it as a plaything to use for contradiction. They imitate the cross-examiners and refute others, delighting like puppies in tearing and dragging anyone around in an argument. Fantastically. And when they've refuted and been refuted many times, they quickly and vehemently fall to doubting all their former beliefs. From this they and philosophy both fall into disrepute among others. True. But an older man would refuse to participate in such madness and imitates people who use dialectics to examine the truth rather than as a toy for play and contradiction. He'll be more moderate himself and bring the pursuit honor instead of disgrace. Right. Hasn't everything we've said been for the sake of this precaution, so that the ones who partake of discussion may have starly, orderly natures, and so that not any random misfit may approach it, as now? Certainly, he said. Will it suffice if they intensively persevere in dialectics to the exclusion of everything else, exercising antiphonally to those bodily exercises for twice as long as in them? They were to spend 2 or 3 years in enforced gymnastics. C 537b, p. 197. 6 years, you mean, or 4? I don't care, make it 5. After that you must march them back down to that cave and force them to rule in the military and in offices fit for the young, so that they don't lag behind the others in experience. Here too you must test 50 them to see if they hold firm when pulled in every direction or if they somehow give way. For how long? 15 years, I said. At 50 you must take the ones preserved and proved best in work and in knowledge and lead them up to the end, forcing them to bend the rays of their souls upward to look at that which imparts light to all, and after they've seen the good itself they must use it as a model and spend the rest of their lives taking turns at ordering the city, the individuals, and themselves, though spending most of their time in philosophy. When their turns come they must rule and endure political labors for the sake of the city, not as something beautiful but as a necessity, constantly educating others like them to leave behind as guardians of the city when they pass on to live on the Isles of the Beast. And the city will make public memorials and sacrifices to see them as to spirits, if the Pythia consents, if not, then as to happy, divine men. You're finishing off beautiful men for your rulers, Socrates, just like a sculptor. Women too, Glaucon. Don't think you've been speaking of men any more than of all women born with natures equal to the task. You're right, if they are going to be equal partners with the men in everything, as we said, well, I said, do you all agree that what we've said about the regime and the city hasn't been entirely a pious wish? It would be difficult but in a way possible, though only in the way that we said, when true philosophers, one or many, come to power in a city and despise everything now held in honor as slavish and worthless but prize above all the right and the honors that come from it, considering justice the greatest necessity and in serving and magnifying that, put their city in order. How? They'll send everyone in the city older than 10 out to the farms and take over the children, remove them from their 541 parents' habits, and raise them in their own customs and laws, such as we have described. Won't that be the quickest and easiest way to institute the city and regime we've been discussing, so that it will be happy and bring the greatest benefit to the people in which it occurs? By far. And it seems to me, Socrates, that you've well described how it'll come about if it ever does. Have we talked enough about this city and the man who resembles it? I suppose it's obvious what we'd say he must be like. Yes. As to your question, I think that we're finished. Well then, Glaucon, it's agreed, in the consummately 543 governed city women will be common, children and all education common, pursuits likewise common in peace and war, and the ones who turn out the best in both war and philosophy will be kings. It's agreed, he said. We also agreed that after being appointed rulers they'll lead out the soldiers and settle them in houses such as we described, all common to all and with nothing private to any. Besides houses, I think we agreed what other kinds of possessions they'll have. If you remember, I remember we thought they should own none of the things that others do now, but live as guardians and athletes of war, receiving their yearly sustenance from the others as sea wages for guarding, and devote themselves to the care of themselves and the city. Right, I said. And now that we're finished with that, let's recall where we turned off to get here, so we can go back to the road we were on. That's not hard. You were speaking almost as you are now, as though you had finished describing the city, and you were positing that city as good, as well as the man who resembled it, though it seems you had a still more beautiful 544 city and man to describe. And you called the others mistaken if this one is right. As for the remaining regimes and the men who resemble them, I recall that you said there are 4 kinds worth discussing, whose defects we should observe in order to agree which is the worst man and which the best, and then examine whether the best is the happiest and the worst the most wretched, or the other way around. I was asking which 4 regimes you meant when Polemarchus and Adimantus interrupted and you took up the argument that brought us to where we are now. You recall correctly, I said. Then offer me the same hold again, like a wrestler. You ask the same question and you try to say what you were about to say then, if I can, I said. Well, I'm eager enough to hear which 4 regimes you meant, said Glaucon. It isn't hard to hear them, I said. Of those with names I mean first the one praised by the many, your Cretan or Spartan regime. Second in favor and order is oligarchy, a regime with numerous evils. Its adversary, democracy, emerges next, with noble tyranny fourth, surpassing them all as the city's ultimate disease. Can you name any other type of regime that forms a distinct DAS? Hereditary dictatorships, purchased monarchies, and so forth are probably intermediate types, and as common among barbarians as among Greeks. Yes, one hears of many strange types, he said. And you know that the human character must have the same number of forms as the regime. Or do you think regimes come from sticks or stones or something, rather than from their citizens' dispositions, which sink like the scale of a balance and drag everything else along with them? No, that's where they come from. Then if there are 5 types of city, there must also be 5 arrangements of soul. We've already described the best man, who resembles aristocracy, and rightly called him just and good. Shall we now go through the others, the honor 545 and victory-loving man who corresponds to the Spartan regime, the oligarchy man, the democratic, and the tyrannical, to see the most unjust man and contrast him with the most just? That would complete our examination of how pure justice and injustice compare in the happiness or misery of their possessors. Then we can either believe Thrasymachus and pursue injustice, or follow our emerging argument and practice justice. That's exactly what we should do. We began before by first examining the dispositions of regimes, as being more distinct, and then of individuals. Shall we do the same thing now and first examine the honor-loving regime? It doesn't have a common name. We could call it timocracy or timarchy, I suppose. Then shall we examine the same type of man against it, go on to oligarchy and the oligarchy man, look next at democracy and the democratic man, and fourth go to tyranny and the tyrannical soul, and so try to become competent judges of this issue we've proposed for ourselves. If we do, we'll be looking and judging in a logical way. Come on, I said, let's try to say how timocracy, rule by honor, might arise from aristocracy, the rule of the best. Or is it simply a fact that every revolution comes from the ruling D-das, when civil war arises in it? As long as that das remains single-minded, no matter how small it may be, the city cannot be disturbed. Yes, that's a fact. Then how will disturbance come to our city, Glaucon, to make our auxiliaries and rulers HGHT in civil war with themselves and each other? Shall we, like Homer, invoke the Muses to tell how faction first file among men, and make them rant in a Hyphaean, tragical style, as if they were serious and not teasing and playing with us as though we were little boys? How? Something like this: a city so constituted will be hard to 546 disturb. But since all that becomes must fall to decay, even aristocracy in Greek means the rule of the best, timocracy, rule by honor, oligarchy, the rule of the few, democracy, the rule of the people, and tyranny, dictatorship. These definitions have sometimes been added in the translation. Such a constitution endures not for all time but dissolves. Its dissolution is this: bearing and barrenness of bodies and soul come to all animals and plants of the earth whenever the turning circle for each species joins its circumference, winding dose for the short-lived, wide for the long. As for your race, the leaders you have educated, wise as they are, will nevertheless fail at some time to achieve either good offspring or none by combining perception and calculation, and they will beget children when they ought not to. The period for a divine progeny is embraced by a perfect number, but for a human it turns out to be this, the first in which increases, dominating and being dominated, taking 3 distances and 4 limits, of likes and unlikes and of things waxing and waning, exhibit all things as rational and see conversant with one another. Of these, the basic raised third wedded to the fifth produces 2 harmonies when thrice increased, one equally equal so many times 100, the other equal in one way, but oblong, one side of 100 squares of the rational diameter of the fifth, each diminished by 1, or by 2 for the irrational, the other side 100 cubes of the third. The period of gestation is compared to drawing a circle. Its beginning is conception. Birth or miscarriage occurs when the circle is completed and joins its circumference. The circle is dose for short-lived species because their gestation period is short, and vice versa. Note above that there are many bodies but only one soul. The translation is quite literal, and the mathematical details are unimportant for the main argument of the Republic. The number is 3 by 4 by 5, 4 equals 12,960,000. The best interpretation of this difficult passage may be found in M. Dies, Le Nombre de Platon, Sid Exégèse et d'Histoire, Memoires Présents et Vie Académie des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres, Volume 14. Paris 1936. James Adam, The Republic of Plato, 2nd ed., Cambridge 1963, and others argue that this number has cosmic significance, representing the number of days in the Pythagorean great year of the universe, 36,000 lunar years, of 360 days each. They also derive other significant numbers from the passage, but with little support from the text. While it seems likely that some such significance is intended, the evidence so far advanced for any consistent theory is not compelling, and it may be best, with Dies, to regard the passage as an elaborate jest by the Muses, a mathematical, poetical myth illustrating that even the ideal state is destined at some time to collapse, and reminding us of the regulations governing marriage and child-rearing presented in Book 5. This entire geometrical number is lord of superior and inferior births, and when in ignorance of it your guardians debed brides with grooms out of season, their children will not be well formed or fortuned. The best of them will be installed by their elders, and when, though unworthy, they have succeeded in turn to their father's power, they will as guardians be the first to begin to neglect us, holding first poetry, then gymnastics in lower esteem than they ought, and so your young will grow museless. Thence will issue rulers unequal to guarding and scrutinizing Hesiod's races and yours, gold, silver, bronze, and iron. When iron mixes with silver, bronze with gold, they will deliver inequality and disjointed imbalance, which whenever and wherever engendered, always breed hatred and war. That, you must say, is faction's lineage, wherever she may be born. I'll also say it's a very good answer, he said. It must be, I said, they are Muses. What do the Muses say after that? B. That after faction was born two groups of guardians began pulling apart, the ones polluted with iron and bronze toward making money and possessing land and houses and silver and gold, while the others, of silver and gold, being not impoverished but in their natures, tried to draw their souls back to excellence and the ancient arrangement. And so from opposing each other by violence they compromised in the middle and distributed houses and land as private possessions, and those they formerly guarded as free sea friends and providers they then enslaved as lackeys and serfs, giving themselves over to warfare and to guarding against them. It seems to me that that's where the change begins. Won't this regime be somewhere in the middle between aristocracy and oligarchy? I asked. Certainly. Thus it will change, but how will it be governed? Being in the middle, won't timarchy, rule by honor, imitate the de-format regime in some things, oligarchy in others, and have some features of its own? Correct. Won't it imitate aristocracy in honoring its rulers and exempting its dependentas from farming, crafts, and other ways of making money, in maintaining public messes and in practicing gymnastics and the contest of war? Yes. Won't it also have many distinctive features, such as being afraid to take wise men into public offices, because in this regime such men are no longer simple and intense but mixed, inclining instead to spirited men who are simpler and by nature more suited to war than to peace, honoring military stratagems and tricks, and spending all its time on war? Yes. Men like that, I said, will desire possessions, as in an oligarchy. They'll heartily honor silver and gold and squirrel it away in treasuries of their own, making their homes into enclosures, private nests where they can spend lavishly on bee women and whomever else they may wish. They'll be sparing of their own money because they honor it and don't possess it openly, but squander other people's money because they desire. Such men will sneak their pleasures and run away from the law like boys from their father, having been educated not by persuasion but by force, because they neglect the true muse of philosophy and discussion and honor gymnastics higher than poetry. "You're describing a completely mixed regime of good and evil," said Glaucon. "It is mixed," I said. "But one feature stands out sharply because the spirited part prevails, love of honor and victory." "Very sharply," he said. "That's how timocracy comes about and what it would be like, drawn in outline, not in detail, because all we need is a sketch to see the most just and unjust man. It would be a hopeless task to describe every regime and disposition without leaving anything out." "You're right," said Glaucon. "Now how about the man who corresponds to it? How did he come about and what would he be like?" "I think his love of victory would make him a lot like Glaucon here," said Adimantus. Perhaps in that way," I said. "But it seems to me he'd have other traits that wouldn't correspond." "Like what?" "He must be rather self-willed and unmusical, though still fond of the muses, fond also of listening, but in no way a speaker. Such a man will be harsh toward slaves and not 549 disdain them like a well-educated person, but he'll be gentle toward free men, subservient to rulers, and fond of rule and honor. He'll expect to rule not from speech or anything like that, but from warlike deeds and the things of war, and he'll love gymnastics and hunting. That's the timocratic disposition, all right, and won't he despise money while young, but welcome it more and more as he grows older, because he partakes of the avaricious nature and no longer devotes himself purely to excellence after the best guardian has deserted him." "What guardian is that?" Adimantus asked. "The power of reasoned, educated speech," I said, "the sole preserver of excellence for its possessor all through life." "Well put," he said. "Such is the timocratic youth, similar to his city. He comes see about something like this. Sometimes he's the young son of a good father who lives in a poorly governed city and shuns offices, honors, lawsuits, and all such meddling, who purposely lets himself be bested so as not to have trouble. But how does the timocratic man come about? When he hears his mother host complaining that her husband isn't one of the rulers and that the other women slight her for this, then, when she sees that he has little interest in money or in brawling and fighting in courts or the assembly, that he's always occupied with his own thoughts and neither particularly honors nor dishonours her, she grows resentful and tells the boy that his father is unmanly and too easygoing, and harps on all the other things women love to say about men, like that." "Yes," said Adimantus, "nasty things, like themselves, and you know that seemingly well-intentioned servants also take the sons aside sometimes and talk to them secretly, And if the father doesn't prosecute someone who owes him money or has done him some other injustice, they tell the boy to punish all such men when he grows up and to be more of a man than his father. When he goes out he sees and hears more of the same, that men in the city who tend their own business are called foolish and held in low esteem, while busybodies are honored and admired. When the young man Bas seen and heard all that, and also heard his father's words, and seeing his pursuits dose up and against those of the Othbers, is pulled in both directions, his father waters and grows his soul's rational part, the others its desiring and spirited parts. And since he didn't have the nature of a bad man but kept bad company, he was pulled from both sides and came out in the middle as a compromise. He turned the rule of his soul over to its victory-loving, middle, spirited part and became a high-minded lover of honor. It seems you've completely described the origin of the honor-loving, timocratic man. Then we have our second regime and man, I said. Shouldn't we next, like Aeschylus, set another man against another town, or rather follow our plan and put the city first? Certainly. I think the next would be oligarchy, the rule of the few. What kind of constitution do you mean by that? One based on property assessment, where the ruled and the poor have no part in government. I understand, said Adimantus. Shouldn't we first discuss how oligarchy develops from timarchy, but really, how it develops should be clear to a blind man. How? That treasury full of gold that each of them had, that's what destroys timocracy. First, they discover things to spend their money on and pervert the laws accordingly, since they and their women disobey them. Next, I think, they each watched and competed with the others and made the majority like themselves. Most likely, he said. From there they progress deeper into money-making, and the more they honor that, the less they honor excellence. Doesn't excellence pull against wealth as though they lay in the scales of a balance and always weighed in opposite directions? Exactly, said Adimantus. Then as wealth and the wealthy are honored in a city, 551 excellence and the excellent are dishonored. Clearly. And whatever is honored will be practiced, whatever is dishonored will be ignored. True. So finally they become money-loving businessmen instead of lovers of victory and honor. They admire the man and put him in office, but dishonor the poor. Of course. Then they make a law assigning a sum of money as the limit of an oligarchy regime, larger for an extreme oligarchy, smaller for a moderate one, disbarring everyone from office whose property falls below the assigned evaluation. They accomplish this either by force of arms or by terror without resorting to arms. Isn't that so? Yes, he said. That, more or less, is how the oligarchy rule of the few is established. Yes, but what is oligarchy's character, and what are those faults we said it had? Footnote: the reference is to Numerous Evils, 544 c. p. 202, c. The first is the limit that defines it. Think what would happen if they made navigators by property assessment and rejected the poor but better qualified man. They'd sail a pretty poor voyage. The same for any kind of rule. I think so. Except as cities? Or is it also true of a city? All the more, that's the greatest, most difficult rule. So that's one serious fault of oligarchy, it seems to be. What about having to be two cities instead of one of the rich and one of the poor, inhabiting the same place and constantly plotting against each other? That's just as bad, by Zeus. And we'll hardly admire them for being unable to fight a war, no doubt, because they must either arm the mob and fear it more than the enemy, or not arm it and prove in battle that they literally are oligarchs, rulers of only a few, especially since they'll resist paying war taxes because they are fond of money. No, that's not a beautiful feature. What about that meddling we've been denouncing so 552 long? Does it seem right that in an oligarchy the same men are farmers, businessmen, and soldiers all at the same time? No, he said. Now see if this is the first regime to permit the worst evil of this kind. What? Permission to seal all your property and live in the city without belonging to any of its classes, so that you're neither a businessman nor a craftsman, neither an infantryman nor a cavalryman, but simply a poor and helpless pauper. Yes, it's the first, he said. Oligarchies don't prohibit that. Otherwise their citizens wouldn't be either penniless or filthy Right. Now consider this, when that impoverished oligarch was and spending his money, did he benefit his IT in any of the ways we just said? Or did he seem to be a ruler while really being neither a ruler nor a servant of the IT, but a squanderer of whatever resources were available? Right. He seemed to be a ruler, but was only a squanderer. Then here we say that as a drone is hatted in a yield to be a plague to the hive, so a drone like this is born in a home to be a plague to his IT. We certainly can, Socrates. And didn't God make all winged drones stingless, Diamantus, but the two-footed ones some stingless and some with dreadful stings? In old age the stingless ones turn into beggars, the stinged ones into what we criminals. True, he said. So wherever you see beggars you'll also find thieves, pickpockets, temple robbers, and practitioners of every shady draft lurking around. Obviously. Well? Don't you see beggars in oligarchies? Nearly everyone is a beggar except the few rulers. Then shouldn't we suppose there's also a swarm of those stinged criminals around, whom the rulers deliberately restrain by force? Indeed. Won't we say they are hatched by non-education, bad upbringing, and the constitution of the regime? Yes. Such would be the oligarchy's city, with rulers determined by property assessment and with the evils we've described, perhaps even worse. Shall we consider the regime complete and go on to examine the man who resembles it, how he arises and what he's like? Certainly. I think the oligarchy's man would most likely develop from our timocratic man like this, the timocratic man has a son who first emulates him and follows in his footsteps, then sees him suddenly run aground on the city as though be on a reef and spull out both himself and his possessions. He may have been a general or held some other high office until lying informers took him to court and had him executed, disfranchised, or exiled, and he lost all his property. Very likely, he said. After the son has seen and suffered all that, my friend, and lost his possessions, I think he'll be terrified and instantly push his honor-loving spirited part off on its head from the throne of his soul. Humbled by poverty, he devotes himself to making money, greedily earning and saving until he accumulates wealth. Don't you think a man like that will install his money-loving desiring part on his vacant throne and invest it with tiara, link collar, and scimitar, like the great king of Persia? Yes. And I think he'll enslave his rational and spirited parts and seat them right and left at its feet, allowing the rational part to calculate and examine nothing but how to make more money, the spirited part to admire and honor nothing but wealth and the wealthy, and to love no honor but that connected with the possession of money and whatever contributes to it. Nothing else could change an honor-loving youth into a money-loving one so surely and quick. See, then isn't this the oligarchy's man? I asked. At least he develops from the man who resembles the regime that oligarchy came from, he said. Then let's see if he's similar, Diamantus. 554, all right. Wouldn't he resemble it in prizing money above everything? Certainly. Of course he'll be a frugal drudge who grates only his necessary desires, refuses to make expenditures for anything else, and enslaves his other desires as useless. Since he's the HLTHY type that tries to make a profit from everything, a hoarder admired by the horde, or wouldn't a man like that resemble oligarchy? I think so. Both the city and the man honor money above everything. I doubt if he'll have thought much about education. I don't think so. Otherwise he wouldn't have appointed a blind. Footnote: the Greeks pictured wealth as blind. Leader for his chorus and honor him above everything. Good, I said. Now can we say that because of his lack of education drone-like desires are hatched in him, some of them beggars, others criminals, which he restrains by force because of his concern for other things? Absolutely. Do you know where to look for the criminal ones? Where? Put him in charge of orphans, or in some other position that gives him an opportunity to commit injustice. True. Doesn't this show that in his other dealings which earn him a reputation for seeming just, such a man has something decent in him that restrains other evil desires, not by persuading them that it's not for the best or by taming them with reason, but by compulsion and terror, because he trembles for his other property? It certainly does. Give men like that a chance to spend other people's money, my friend, and in most of them, by Zeus, you'll find desires related to the drone. Such a man would be at civil war with himself, not one, but somehow double, with bis desires mastering desires, generally the better the worse. True. Therefore I think he'll have more charm than many, but the true excellence of the integrated, harmonious soul will elude him. I think so. And a miser would surely make a poor competitor for winning personal victory or honor in any of his city's noble competitions. He refuses to spend money for glory in 55G tests like that because he's afraid to arouse his spendthrift desires and summon them as allies to help him win honor. So he fights oligarchically, deploying only a few of his forces, usually loses, and stays re. He certainly does. Can we still doubt that we've matched the stingy, money-making man with the oligarchy city by similarity? No, he said. Next, it seems, we must examine democracy, how rule of the people comes about and what it's like, so we can recognize the democratic man's character and set him up for judgment along with the others. At least that will be consistent. Doesn't oligarchy somehow change to democracy because of insatiable greed for what it established as the good, the need to get as as possible? How? Since the rulers rule by possessing wealth, I imagine they're reluctant to prohibit self-indulgent young men from squandering and losing their property. They buy it up or lend them money against it in order to increase even more in wealth and honor. Doesn't this show that a city can't honor wealth and still have enough temperance in her citizens? It must neglect the one or the other. Very clearly. So when an oligarchy neglects temperance and encourages self-indulgence, it sometimes forces uncommon men into poverty. Absolutely. Who sit in the city armed with stings and weapons, I suppose, in debt, disfranchised, or both, filled with hate and plotting against the ones who took their property and against the others too, in love with revolution. True. But the moneymakers, stooped and pretending not to see them, sting any unresisting victim that remains and inject him with money, whose offspring, many times increased, 556 they withdraw as interest and swell the city's beggarly drone. They'll hardly shrink it. And when this evil bursts into flame, they refuse to put it out by prohibiting people from disposing of their property or by stopping it with a different law. What law? The second best one for forcing citizens to be concerned for excellence. There'd be less shameless money-making in the city and fewer evils such as we've described if they decreed that most voluntary contracts be made at the contractor's own risk. Much less, he said. But as things are, the rulers put their subjects in the position we described. As for themselves and their families, don't they spoil their children and make them unfit for either physical or mental labor and too soft to hold up against pleasures, pains, and loafers, while they themselves neglect everything but making money and care no more about excellence than do the poor? Indeed. In this state of affairs, whenever rulers and ruled come alongside and observe each other in the streets or at a communal gathering, at public spectacles or out on campaigns as fellow soldiers and sailors, or especially in the actual combat, there the can no longer despise the poor, when a tough, sun-baked pauper finds himself next to a shadow-bleached man hung with superfluous fat and sees him panting in helpless confusion. Don't you suppose he'll think that such men are because of his own cowardice and say to his friends when they get by themselves, "The gentlemen are ours, they are nothing"? I know he will, he said. And just as a sick body needs only a tiny push from without to make it collapse, and sometimes falls into strife even without an external impulse. So a city in this condition falls sick and fights with itself on the slightest pretext, externally, when one faction calls in allies from an oligarchy city or the other from a democracy, and sometimes even without an external cause. And I think democracy arises when the 557 poor conquer, kill off some of their enemies and exile the rest, and then give everyone an equal share in government and in offices, which they determine mostly by lot. Degree, yes, that's how democracy is instituted, whether in battle or because the others slip away out of terror. Next we must see how they live, Diamantus, and what their regime is like. Obviously the man who resembles that bee will turn out to be the democratic one. Obviously. Aren't they above all free? The city is bursting with liberty and freedom of speech, and permits everyone to do whatever he wants. So they say, certainly. And where this is permitted, each citizen will arrange his own life privately, however he pleases. Clearly. So this regime, I think, will produce a multifarious variety of people. Like a variegated cloak splashed with every color, democracy is embellished with every personality and may appear the most gorgeous, and many, gaping like women and children at its colors, perhaps will judge it the most beautiful. They certainly will. And, you know, it's just the place to go shopping for AD regime. How come? Because it's permissive and has every kind, so that anyone who wants to construct a city, as we just did, or to shop in a democracy as in a regime bazaar, select the style he likes, and found his city accordingly. At least I don't think he'd be embarrassed for models, and its total lack of compulsion, I said, so that even if competent you don't have to rule, or be ruled if you don't feel like it, or fight when the rest are at war or keep peace when they do if you don't want to, nor yet, if some law, all officials at Athens were chosen by lot, except the generals, who were elected prohibits you from holding office or being a juror, why, you 558 can do both if it comes into your head. Isn't that way of life divinely sweet in the short run? In the short run, perhaps, he said. And isn't it exquisite how mild some of them are when convicted? Or haven't you noticed how in a democracy criminals condemned to death or to exile remain at large and haunt the streets like spirits, as though people would see right through them and not pay any attention? Yes, many, he said. How about its indulgence and total lack of pettiness, its lofty contempt for the pretentious nonsense we discussed earlier when we were founding our city and said that no one, unless he has a transcendent nature, will ever become a good man without having played in and practiced beautiful pursuits from childhood? How magnificently they trample all that underfoot and don't care what pursuits a man has gone through to get into politics. They'll honor him if only see he says he's a friend of the people. Oh yes, it's a noble regime. These, I said, and other kindred traits characterize democracy, a delightful, anarchic, colorful regime, it seems, that dispenses equality equally to equals and unequals alike. Yes, that's all common knowledge. Next observe what the corresponding man is like. As with the regime, let's first examine how he comes about. Isn't it something like this? That stingy oligarch has a son D and raises him, I suppose, in his own habits. Therefore, since the son too restrains by force those pleasures in himself that are not money-making but spendthrift, which are called unnecessary, obviously, he said. Maybe we should first end necessary and unnecessary desires so we don't talk in the dark, Diamantus. Yes, we should. Well, can't we justly call desires that we're unable to divert necessary, and also ones that beneath us if they are satisfied? Isn't it necessary for our nature to strive for both of these kinds? Absolutely. So we'll be right in calling them necessary. Right. What about desires a person can get rid of by disciplining himself from childhood, some of which, moreover, do him no good, while others actually harm him? Can't we rightly call all those unnecessary? Of course. Now let's give an example of each so we can grasp them as types. Wouldn't we das as necessary the desire for bread and other food and for eating to the point of well-being and health? I think so. Isn't the desire for bread necessary in both ways? It's beneficial and without it we die. Yes. And for other foods if it somehow promotes well-being? Certainly. But desire that goes beyond that and craves entirely different kinds of food harms the body and impairs the soul for knowledge and temperance, though most people can get rid of it by training and restraining it from childhood. Shouldn't this desire be termed unnecessary? See, absolutely. Shall we call such desires spendthrift, the others productive because they are useful for production? Yes. The same with desire for sex and other pleasures. Of course. And didn't we just call one man a drone because he's full of those unnecessary pleasures and desires and is ruled by them, just as the man ruled by the necessary ones is oligarchic and stingy? Certainly. Now let's go back and tell how the democratic man comes from the oligarchy. I think it's usually like this. How? When a young man raised in the stingy, uneducated way we just described gets a taste of drone's honey, and associates with cunning, fiery creatures who can provide i.e. unnecessary, spendthrift pleasures. The fiery creatures, below, are the stinging drones, filled with criminal desires, various, colorful pleasures that go in every direction. There, you may assume, begins the change in him from an oligarchy to a democratic regime. An absolute necessity, he said. And just as the city changed when outside allies helped one of its parties, like with like, doesn't our youth change when a dash of similar, related desires enters from outside to help his democratic faction? Absolutely. If his father or some other relations now call up a counter-alliance to aid his oligarchy faction by admonishing and 560 berating him, then, I think, strife and counter-strife arise in him and plunge him into civil war with himself. Sometimes, I imagine, the Democratic Party retreated from the oligarchy. Some desires were wiped out and others exiled, and a kind of shame was engendered in the young man's soul and brought him back to order. That does happen. But owing to his father's ignorance of child rearing, relaptives of those exiled desires were again secretly nurtured and grew to be numerous and strong. There is that tendency. And dragged him back to the same old companions, copulated furtively, and bred a new mob of desires. Finally, I suppose, they seized the citadel of the young man's soul, seeing it abandoned by learning, beautiful pursuits, and true argument, the best guardians and sentinels in the minds of sea-god-beloved men. Boastful arguments and lying opinions charged up and occupied the territory in their place. Undoubtedly. So back he moves to the lotus eaters and lives with them openly, and should reinforcements arrive from his family for his soul's thrifty part, those boastful arguments slam his palace gates on them and refuse to let them pass, or to receive ambassador arguments from older citizens. They subdue him in battle, denounce his shame as foolishness, and droned again. The lotus was a drug, perhaps opium, that produced a sensual stupor and made men forget the world around them. The reference is to Odysseus's visit to the lotus eaters in Odyssey 9.82 to 104. The citadel, palace, or fortress of the soul is intelligence, the rational part. Push it out in shameful exile, then temperance as cowardice, and banish it with foul abuse, and persuade him that moderation and reasonable spending are slavish peasant virtues. With the help of a mob of useless desires, they drive beyond the borders of his soul. Absolutely. And when they've emptied their victim of all that and purified his soul for initiation into their great mysteries, they bring back insolence, anarchy, extravagance, and shamelessness, crowned and radiant amidst their attendant choir, and adulate them with fair-sounding names, calling insolence good breeding, anarchy freedom, extravagance generosity, and shamelessness courage. Isn't that some 561 how the way, Diamantus, that a young man raised among necessary desires changes into one who grants liberty and license to his useless, unnecessary pleasures? Yes, he said, you've made it rather vivid. After that, I think, he spends as much time, money, and effort on his unnecessary pleasures as on his necessary ones. If he's lucky and not too frenzied, and also as he grows older his excessive agitation may pass, if he recalls some of the exiles and doesn't surrender all of himself to the invaders, then he grants a kind of equality to his pleasures and submits the rule of himself to whichever one turns up, as if chosen by lot, until he's sated, then to another, and so on, edition as none but treats them all as equals. And he refuses to accept a true argument and allow it to pass into the fortress of his soul, if told that some pleasures come from good and beautiful desires, others from ones that are sea-base, and that those should be pursued and honored, the others chastened and enslaved. He shakes his head and says they are all alike and should all be honored equally. That's just what a man in such a state would do. So, I said, he lives from day to day, gratifying whatever desire happens to turn up, now drinking to the sound of flutes, now wasting away and drinking only water, now exercising, now loafing around indifferent to everything, and sometimes pretending to dabble in philosophy. Often he gets involved in politics and jumps up and says and does reference to the Eleusinian mystery religion, into which members were initiated by secret rites. Whatever comes into his head. If he admires some military men, he drifts into that, if businessmen, into that. There's no order or necessity in his life, but he calls it blissful, free, and pleasant, and clings to it to the end, a perfect description of the man who grants equal rights to everything. I think this is the multifarious man of many personalities, colorful and gorgeous like his city. He contains countless models of dispositions and regimes, and many men and women might envy him his life. Yes, he's the one. Then isn't he the one to set up against democracy as the man properly called democratic? Indeed, he said. Then we still have the most beautiful pair to describe, Adimantus, tyranny and the tyrant. We surely do. Come, my friend, what is tyranny's character? That it comes from democracy seems pretty clear. Pretty clear. Much as democracy came from oligarchy. How? What it set up for itself as the good, the reason that oligarchy was instituted, wasn't that wealth? Yes. And it was destroyed by its insatiable greed for that and by its neglect of everything else to make money. True. Doesn't democracy also den a good, for which it has an insatiable greed that also destroys it? What? Freedom, I said. In a democracy you'll hear that freedom is its most beautiful possession, which makes it the only place for a naturally free man to live. One hears that slogan frequently. This is what I was just going to say. Doesn't insatiable greed for freedom and neglect of everything else transform this regime too and prepare it to need a tyrant? How? When a democratic city thirsty for liberty has bad wine pourers for advocates and gets drunk on too much unmixed freedom, then, unless its rulers are obliging and provide plenty of liberty, it punishes them as accursed oligarchs. It certainly does. And if anyone obeys the rulers, people denounce him as a no-good voluntary slave, but they honor rulers who act like subjects, subjects who act like rulers, and praise them in public and private. Doesn't the itch for freedom in a democracy necessarily extend to everything? Of course. So the anarchic growth spreads into private homes, my friend, and finally even to the animals. How do you mean? Fathers get in the habit of acting like children and fear their sons. Sons act like fathers and neither fear nor respect their parents in order to be free. Resident aliens and even foreigners make themselves equal to citizens, and vice 563 versa. Yes, that happens. So do many other little things. The teacher is terrified of his pupils and wheedles them. They hold both him and their tutors, footnote, slaves who took the children to and from school. From a lost play. Footnote, slaves who took the children to and from school. From a lost play. In contempt. Children ape adults in everything and argue and fight with them. Old people condescend to the young by affecting acute impertinence, and mimic them in order not to seem crabby or authoritative. They surely do. Mob liberty culminates in a city like this, Adimantus, when purchased slaves, male and female, are as free as their owners. Oh, I almost forgot, there's also complete freedom and equal rights in the relations between the sexes. Well, shouldn't we follow Aeschylus and say whatever comes to our lips? Footnote: slaves who took the children to and from school. From a lost play. Of course, I said. That's what I'm doing. Unless you've seen it, you'd never believe the freedom that even animals subject to man enjoy in a democracy. Dogs behave like the proverbial masters. Why, the very horses and mules stalk about in stately freedom and shoulder aside anyone who doesn't step out of their way, and everything else is equally bristling with freedom. You're telling me my own nightmare, he said. That often happens to me on my way out to the country. Add this all up and you'll find that it makes the citizen soul too sensitive to endure any slavery. The slightest touch makes it irritated. Finally, as I imagine you know, they even disregard the laws, written and unwritten. Of course they mustn't have any master over them. Yes, I know. It seems to me, I said, that this is the beautiful, vigorous seed from which tyranny sprouts. Vigorous indeed. But what next? Because of democracy's permissiveness, the same disease that killed oligarchy strikes democracy even harder and enslaves it. Excess in anything tends to produce a violent change to the opposite. That's true of weather, crops, Bod 564 IEs, and not least of governments. Most likely, he said. So an excess of freedom, most likely, turns into an excess of slavery for both city and individuals. Very likely. Then, I said, it's very likely that tyranny results from no other regime than democracy, from unmixed freedom to complete and savage slavery. That makes sense. But I don't think that was your question. You wanted to know what that same disease is that grows in a democracy as well as in an oligarchy and enslaves it. You're right. Well, I meant that dash of lazy, spendthrift men, led by the brave, followed by the cowardly. We likened them to drones, the former with, the latter without stings. Rightly too. When these two kinds of drone appear, they agitate the whole regime like bile and phlegm in the body, and a good sea doctor and lawgiver must take precautions like a wise beekeeper, preferably to prevent them from hatching, or if they do, to have both them and their cells cut out of the hive. Absolutely, by Zeus. Now let's dissect democracy into its three parts, Adidmantus, so we can more critically see what we're after. 1, I suppose, is the dash of drones. Because of democracy's permissiveness, this dash grows as large here as in an oligarchy, and much fiercer. Why? Because there they were held in dishonor and shooed away from the offices, so that they got no exercise and couldn't grow strong. But in a democracy this is the dominant dash, with a few exceptions. The fiercest ones speak and transact the business, while the others settle down around the rostrum and buzz a fanion who tries to dissent, so that with few exceptions this dash runs everything. It surely does. Then there's another das the mob is always secreting. Which one? Where everyone tries to make money, the ones most orderly by nature generally make the most, I suppose. Most likely, he said. And form a large, abundant comb from which the drones squeeze out honey. They could hardly squeeze it out of people who don't have very much. I believe this das is called the rich, the drone garden. That's just about what it is. The third das would be the people, the peaceful, safe 565 employed workers and farmers with little property. When they dusted in the assembly they form democracy's largest, most sovereign das. Yes, but they won't do that very often unless they get a share of the honey. They always get a share, I said. Their leaders confiscate the property of the haves to distribute to the people and then keep most of it for themselves. That's the share they get, all right. The ones they rob are thus forced to defend themselves by speaking in the assembly and doing whatever they can. Of course. Therefore, even if the don't want a revolution, the people accuse them of being oligarchs and plotting against the democracy. Finally, when the see the people trying to wrong them, not intentionally, but out of ignorance and deceived by the slanderers, then, whether they want to or see not, they do become oligarchs, not intentionally, but because that drone stung them and begot this evil too. Absolutely. Which hatches into arraignments, indictments, and lawsuits on both sides. Certainly. And don't the people always have one outstanding advocate that they nurture and allow to grow big? Yes. So this much is clear, where a tyrant flourishes he sprouts from the root of advocacy. Very clear. What begins the change from advocate to tyrant? Isn't it when he starts doing what they do in the story about the shrine of Lycian Zeus in Arcadia? What story? Whoever tastes of human flesh, of the one man chopped up with the other sacrificial victims, necessarily turns into a wolf. Haven't you heard the tale? Yes. An advocate of the people with an all too obedient mob, who shrinks neither from shedding citizen blood nor from dragging a man to court on the usual trumped-up charges to murder him and so eradicate a human life, whose sacrilegious mouth, having tasted kindred blood, banishes and kills 566 and hints at cancellation of debts and redistribution of land. Doesn't necessity inexorably decree that such a man either be destroyed by his enemies or become a tyrant and a wolf instead of a man? Inexorably, he said. So this is the one who fights in civil war against the property holders. It is indeed. If exiled and then returned in spite of his enemies, he returns as a full-fledged tyrant. If his enemies can't get him banished or executed by turning the city against him, they plot to assassinate him secretly. That tends to happen. When tyrants get this far, they all invent the notorious tyrant's request. They ask the people for bodyguards to protect the defender of democracy. They certainly do. Which the people give him, I think, because they're afraid for his safety and confident in their own, extremely. As did Pisistratus, tyrant of Athens ca. 560 to 527 BC. Plato seems to have Athenian history in mind throughout this section. When a man with money, and therefore the reputation of being an enemy of the people, sees this, my friend, he obeys the oracle Croesus received and abides not, but flees to pebbly Hermus, and has no shame of being a coward. If he stays, he'll get no second chance to be ashamed. Because anyone caught is handed over to death, I believe. Necessarily. The advocate obviously won't be content to rest great in his greatness. Felling many another, he mounts the chariot of state as a perfected tyrant. He'd hardly do much else. Shall we now describe the happiness of the man and of the city that whelps such a creature? Of course. In the early days, won't he greet everyone he meets with a smile, deny being a tyrant, make promises to individuals and to the state, cancel debts and distribute land to the people and to his associates, and pretend to be gracious and kind to everyone? Necessarily, he said. But after destroying some of his exiled enemies and becoming reconciled with the rest so that they leave him in peace, then, I think, he constantly stirs up new wars so that the people will always need a leader. Most likely. And grow impoverished from paying war taxes, and so be forced to look after their daily needs and have less time to plot against him. Clearly. I think it also gives him an excuse to liquidate anyone suspected of resenting his rule and entertaining ideas of freedom, by betraying them to the enemy. All of these motives make it necessary that the tyrant constantly foment war. Necessarily. Which makes the citizens hate him even more, where, be upon some of his bravest supporters, who help put him in office and hold positions of power themselves, speak out openly to each other and to him, and rebuke him for what's going on. Most likely. Therefore, if he wants his rule to continue, the tyrant is forced to eliminate them until he's left without a single person, friend or foe, that's worth a thing. Obviously. He must keep a sharp lookout for anyone brave, large-minded, thoughtful, or So great is his happiness that it forces him, whether he wants it or not, to be their enemy and to plot until he's purged the city of them. A noble purge. Yes, I said, the opposite of a bodily purge. A doctor eliminates the bad and leaves the good, a tyrant does the opposite. It seems he has to if he wants to rule, so he's trapped in a blissful necessity that commands him either to live mostly with worthless people who hate him, or die. Utterly blissful. And the more the citizens hate him for what he's doing, the more loyal bodyguards he needs. Of course. But whom can he trust? Where can he get them from? They'll swarm to him themselves if he pays well enough. By the dog, Dimantus, I think you're referring to drones again, foreign and multifarious. You catch my meaning well. What about at home? Won't he want to, what? Take away the citizen slaves, free them, and make them part of his bodyguard. Certainly, they'd be the most loyal. What fantastic bliss you claim the tyrant has. He gets to 568 kill off his old friends and keep loyalists like these. Yes, that's what he keeps. Who admire and associate with him as new citizens, while the decent people hate and avoid him. No wonder tragedy seems so wise, and Euripides above all tragedians. Why? Because of pithy sayings like, tyrants grow wise by consorting with the wise, where the wise clearly refers to the tyrant's associates. Yes, Euripides and the others glorify the tyrant's estate as being equal to the gods, and so forth. Then since they are so wise, the tragedians will pardon us and others governed like us for barring them from our regime as eulogists of tyranny. I'm sure the more sophisticated ones will, he said. See, and go around to the other cities drawing mobs and hiring loud, beautiful, persuasive voices to convert the regimes to tyranny or democracy, and getting paid for it to boot, in both money and honor. Tyrants pay best, of course, and democracy second best. The higher they climb the mountain of government, the more their honor lags behind, as though out of breath and unable to follow. Indeed. But we've gotten off the path. Let's get back to that big, beautiful, colorful, ever-changing army of his. How does the tyrant support it? If there's any sacred money in the town, he'll obviously spend that as long as it lasts, and also the estates of his victims, so he can tax the people less. And when that runs out? I asked. Obviously he'll use his inheritance to support himself, his cronies, drinking companions, and mistresses. I see, the people who begot the tyrant get to support both him and his companions. Necessarily, he said, there's no way around it. Suppose the people get indignant and say that it's not right for a father to support his grown son, but the other way around. What if they tell him that they didn't beget him and appoint him as their leader so that they could be slaves to 569 their own slaves when he got big, or so that they could support him and his slaves and his other riffraff washed in by every sea, but so that he could be their advocate and free them from the and the so-called beautiful and good? Suppose they then order him and his cronies out of town, from a lost play. Public revenues were stored in temples, and called sacred money, like a father throwing his son and his gang of wastrels out of the house. What happens then? Then, by Zeus, said Adimantus, the people will learn be what they are and what kind of creature they've raised, and that the weak don't throw out the strong. What? He'll dare to use force against his father and hit him if he doesn't obey. Yes, after taking away his weapons. You allege that the tyrant is a parricide and a cheerless comfort to his father in his old age. It seems that this at last is open tyranny, and that the people, in trying to escape the sea-frying pan of servitude to free men, have landed in the fire of slavery to slaves. They've exchanged that cloak of excessive, ill-considered freedom for the rags of the bitterest, most oppressive bondage, thraldom to slaves. That's exactly what they've done, he said. Well, Adimantus, will we be in harmony if we say we've adequately explained how tyranny arises from democracy and what it's like when it does? Quite adequately, he said. Then we still have the tyrannical man to examine, I said, how he changes from the democratic man, what he's like, and whether he lives in wretchedness or bliss. Yes, he's still left, he said. Do you know what I miss, Adimantus? What? I don't think we've sorted out the desires well enough. Our search won't be very clear until we know how many there are and what they are like. Well, can't we do it now? Of course. Here's what I'd like to see in them. Some of the unnecessary pleasures and desires strike me as lawless. They are probably born into everyone, but custom, law, and the better desires together with reason normally curb them. So that in some people they are eliminated entirely or only a few weak ones remain, while in others they stay numerous and strong. See, which do you call lawless? The ones awakened in sleep, I said, whenever the soul's tarn, rational, ruling part sleeps and the wild, bestial part, sated with food or drink, shrugs off sleep and skitters out to gratify its instincts. You know that in this condition it abandons all shame and good sense and dares anything. Nothing prevents it from trying to mount its mother, it thinks, or anyone else, man, animal, or God, from committing foul murder or eating any food. In short, it scales the heights of unreason and shamelessness. I know, he said. But imagine a man in a state of healthy, temperate self-control, if he has attained consciousness of himself before he goes to sleep and has awakened his rational part and feasted it on beautiful reasoning and examination, if, again, he has neither sated nor deprived his desiring part, so that it may slumber and not disturb the best part with its joys or sorrows but instead leave it alone, all to itself and pure. 572 To observe, reach out for, and perceive that which it does not know in the past, the present, or even the future, and if he has also soothed his spirited part, and thus avoids going to bed with his spirit stirred up from a quarrel, so that he falls asleep with two parts at peace and the third, in which thought is engendered, stirred up, you know that in this condition a man is most apt to touch truth and not have lawless visions appear in his dreams. B. That seems absolutely correct, he said. Well, we got carried too far away with it. All we want to know is that there's a dash of wild, terrible, lawless desires in each of us, even in some of us who seem the most moderate, which reveal themselves in our sleep. See if that makes sense and if you agree. Yes, I agree. Now remember what we said the democratic man is like, raised under a thrifty father who honored only the money, making desires and disregarded the unnecessary ones concerned with play and adornment. He associated with more sophisticated men full of those lawless desires we just described, and hating his father's frugality, rushed into total Book 9 insolence and their way of life, and since he had a better nature than his corrupter, was pulled from both sides and came out in the middle. He therefore enjoys the pleasures of both personalities, moderately, he thinks, leads a life neither lawless nor slavish, and from the oligarchy man became the democratic. He did, that's our opinion of him. Now, I said, assume that he in turn has a young son and raises him in his own habits. All right. Assume further that the same thing happens to the son as happened to his father, pulled to total lawlessness, which his seducers call total freedom, with his father and relatives aiding his intermediate desires, the seducers reinforcing the others. If these cunning wizards and tyrant makers have no other hope of possessing the youth, they now devise a sort of love in him and make it the advocate of those lazy desires that squander all his resources, a sort of a big, winged drone. Or do you think that such a man's love amounts to anything else? No, that's what it is, he said. Around this drone buzz the other desires filled with incense, perfume, garlands, wine, and the loose pleasures of low company. Feed it until it grows to its absolute limit, then arm it with the sting of yearning. Whereupon this soul's advocate obtains madness as its bodyguard and goes berserk, and should it catch in itself any opinions or desires made out to be good or still capable of shame, it kills and drives them out till it has purged itself of temperance and filled itself with imported madness. That fully describes the origin of the tyrannical man. Isn't that why love has long been called a tyrant? Could be. Doesn't a man also get ideas of being a tyrant when drunk, my friend? Yes. And deranged maniacs attempt and fancy themselves able to rule not only men but even gods. Certainly. For e. The seducers or lawless companions, the drones, and lotus eaters of Book 8. Love, below, is eros, sensual love, or lust. So strictly speaking, Dimantas, a man becomes tyrannical whenever bis nature, habits, or both make him amorous, demented, or drunk. Absolutely. That, it seems, is what the man is like and how he comes about. But how does he live? Tell me and we'll both know, as the wags say. All right, I said. After that, I imagine, the one in whom tyrant love dwells as pilot of all his soul's Alphes has feasts, parties, revels, mistresses, and all that sort of thing. Don't numerous dreadful desires therefore shoot up in him night and day, demanding many things? Indeed. And quickly squander whatever revenues he may have. Of course. Which leads to loans, and reduction of his property. Certainly. And when all that runs out, mustn't the desires squawk and cry incessantly like baby birds, necessarily driving him like stings, most especially love, the captain of the bodyguard, who makes him run amok and forces him to examine who has what that he can steal by deceit or force. 574. Absolutely. Then he must necessarily loot from everywhere or else be seized by fearful agony. Necessarily. Therefore, just as those late-coming pleasures got the better of his old ones and robbed them, so he, as the younger, presumes to get the better of his father and mother, and after spending his share of the estate he usurps and steals his parents' share. What else? And if they won't give in to him, won't he at first try to rob them by deceit, and if that doesn't work, plunder them by force? I think so, he said. And if the old man and woman resist and fight him, will he spare them and carefully avoid doing anything tyrannical? I wouldn't have much hope for the parents of a child like that, Socrates. For the love of Zeus, Dimantus, you mean that for the sake of a newfound, dear, unnecessary mistress or a newfound, young, unnecessary friend, a man like that would beat bis dear old mother and father, bis oldest friends, bound to bim by necessity, and enslave tbem to tb's new ones if b brings tbem into tb bows. Yes, by Zeus. W.B. Bliss, it seems, to bathe a tyrant son. Of course, B said. And W. Ben Bis parents' possessions run out, won't a man like Tibet, bathing by now collected a huge swarm of desires, first break into someone's house or rob a pedestrian late at night, then clean out some temple. And in all tb's won't bis newly liberated opinions accompany love as bodyguards to help overpower bis old opinions, belled since sealed booed and made out to be just, of WB's beautiful and ugly. Before Tibet, WBNB was still ruled as a democracy under bis fatba and tb laws. B's new opinions were enslaved and broke out only as dreams in bis sleep, but now, under tb tyranny of love, tb man is constantly in waking life. WB before b occasionally became in a dream, and b springs from no foul 5/75 murder, food, or cunning deed. Love lives in bim tyrannically, in total anarchy and lawlessness. And since love bolds absolute sway, b incites tb's man. WBO bouses bim like a city to any reckless act. Tbat can sustain bop bim and tb confusion. Tbat attends bim, partly brought in from outside by evil company, partly set free from whip bin by tb same babbits in love bimself. Isn't Tbat both such a man lives? Yes. If only a few such men arise in a city. Tb rest of b mob is temperate, they leave and become bodyguards for some mob but tyrant or buy out as mercenaries if tbears a war somewhere. If not, they stay in tb city and commit many small crimes. Such as stealing, housebreaking, kidnapping, picking pockets, lifting kloppies, and robbing temples. Competent speakers may also go into bribery, perjury, and blackmail. See, small crimes. You mean, if such men are few? Well, small is small compared to large, and crimes like, i.e. robbing banks, since tb temples were dub state monies were kept. Those can't, as they say, hold a candle to a tyrant for the wretchedness and misery of a city. But when such men and their followers grow numerous and realize their numbers, then I hear the ones who couple with the people's folly and he get as tyrant the one among them with the biggest tyrant in his soul, most likely, he said. He the most tyrannical. All's well if the citizens willingly give in. If not, then just as he punished his mother and father before, so now he'll punish his country if he can, bring in new companions, and support his dear old fatherland, or motherland, as the cretins call it, in slavery to these men. That would be the end of such a man's desire. It surely would, he said. How do men like that behave in private and before they rule? Don't they associate only with flatterers ready to serve them in anything, or if they should need something themselves, grovel and brazenly cavort like relatives till they get -76 what they want and then become strangers again. Absolutely. Therefore they live out their lives as friends to no one, but always as either masters or slaves. A tyrannical nature never tastes freedom or true friendship. Never. So we can rightly call them faithless, and also completely unjust, if our earlier agreement about the nature of justice was correct. Which it was, said Adimantus. To sum up then, I said, in waking life the worst man is as we described a dream to be. He develops from a man with a tyrannical nature who gets absolute rule, and the longer he rules, the worse a tyrant he becomes. Necessarily, said Glaucon, picking up the discussion. Won't the man shown to be the most wicked also turn out to be the most wretched? And the more tyrannical he is, and the longer he rules, the worse his condition becomes and the longer he stays in it. That's the truth, though the many also have many opinions. That much is necessarily true, said Glaucon. Doesn't the tyrannical man resemble the tyrannical city, the democratic man the democratic city, and so on? Certainly. Then as one city compares with another in excellence and happiness, so one man compares with another, of course. Then how does a tyrannical city compare in excellence with the kingship we first described, Glaucon? Exact opposites, he said. One is the best, the other the worst. I won't ask you which is which, that's obvious. Now do you judge them the same way in happiness and misery? And let's not be dazzled by looking only at the tyrant or at the few men who surround him, but go in as we ought and contemplate the city as a whole, plunging in everywhere and seeing it all before we give an opinion. A fair challenge, he said. And anyone can see that nothing is more wretched than a tyranny or happier than a kingship. Would it also be fair if I challenged us to do the same 577 with the men, and insisted that their judge be that man who can enter in his mind another man's disposition and see through him without being dazzled like a child by the majestic facade that tyrants present to the world? What if I thought we all should listen to him, the one able to judge, who had shared a tyrant's roof and followed his behavior both at home with his servants and family, where he can best be seen stripped of the robes and the mask of tragedy, and again in community crises, and invited the man who had seen all that to report how the tyrant compares with the others in happiness and misery? That would also be a fair challenge, he said. Shall we pretend we're already acquainted with tyrants and can judge them, so we'll have someone to answer our questions? Certainly, said Glaucon. All right, I said, examine it like this, keeping in mind the similarity between the city and the man, observe them in turn and tell what happens to each. This sounds like a reference to Plato himself, who visited Dionysius I, tyrant of Syracuse, in 387 BC, about 24 years after this dialogue is supposed to take place. Dionysius wrote tragedies, which may be alluded to below. A reference to Plato would explain Socrates' odd words in below. Shall we pretend we're already acquainted with tyrants? How do you mean? Well, to speak first of the city, would you call the tyrannized one free or a slave? An absolute slave. Yet you see masters and free men in it. Yes, but that part is small. The whole, so to speak, and the most decent part, lives in wretched, ignominious slavery. Then if the man resembles the city, mustn't he have the same arrangement in him? His soul teems with slavery and lack of freedom, its most decent parts enslaved to a small, depraved, demented one. Necessarily. Well? Would you call such a soul free or a slave? A slave, certainly. Doesn't the enslaved, tyrannized city least of all do what it wants? Yes. So a tyrannized soul will also least of all do what it wants, ye speaking of it as a whole. Being forever goaded and dragged, it abounds in confusion and regret. Naturally. Is a tyrannical city necessarily or impoverished? Impoverished. So a tyrannical soul is necessarily always needy and in 78 satiable. True. And don't both the city and the man swarm with fears? Necessarily. Do you think you could find a city more filled with weeping, wailing, lamentation, and grief? No? Then do you think you could find a man more filled with grief than that tyrant maddened by desires and lusts? I don't know where. So looking at all that and much more, I think, you judged this to be the most wretched city and, wasn't I right? Absolutely. And what do you say about the tyrannical man when you look at the same things in him? That he's by far the most wretched. Then you're no longer right, Glaucon. Why not? Because he's not yet the one. Who then? One who'll probably strike you as even more wretched. Who? A tyrannical man who doesn't live a private life, but meets with the added misfortune of becoming a tyrant. From what we've said I infer that you're right. Yes, but such things shouldn't be guessed, they should be carefully examined in discussions like these. We're exploring the most important issue, you know, the good and the bad life. I know, he said. Now see if this makes sense. I think we should examine the man by imagining a situation like this. Take any private citizen who owns many slaves. He resembles a tyrant in ruling over many. The only difference is in the number. Correct. Do you know that men like that aren't afraid of their servants? What should they be afraid of? Nothing. But do you know why? Yes. The whole city defends each individual. Good, I said. Now what if some god took one man who owned 50 or more slaves, lifted him, his wife, and his children out of the city, and set him down in a wilderness with his possessions and servants in a place where there were no free men to help him? Do you think he'd be afraid that his servants might kill him and his family? No, he'd be utterly terrified. Wouldn't he be forced to fawn on some of his slaves, make promises, free them against his will, and make himself a flatterer of his own servants? Either that or be killed, he said. Suppose the god settles neighbors all around him who won't tolerate anyone presuming to be another man's master, anyone they catch doing that they punish with the ultimate penalty. Then he'll be sunk in even deeper misery, hemmed in on all sides by nothing but enemies. Isn't this the prison that cages the tyrant, whose nature swarms with the multifarious fears and passions we described? He alone in the city is forbidden to travel abroad to see the games and sights that free men love to see, avid as his soul is to see them. He skulks in his house and lives mostly the life of a woman, jealous of his fellow citizens whenever one of them takes a trip and sees something worthwhile. Absolutely, he said. Such, then, is the harvest of evils reaped by the man governed badly within, the tyrannical man you just pronounced the most wretched, who, however, lives not as a private citizen, but is compelled by some chance to be a tyrant and try to rule others when he can't rule himself, like some incontinent invalid who isn't permitted to live privately but is forced to spend his life fighting and competing with others. Your simile is true and exact, Socrates. Then, dear Glaucon, isn't this utter wretchedness, and the life of a ruling tyrant even harder than the one you judged the hardest? Absolutely. So the truth is this, whatever people may think, a real tyrant is really a slave who must fawn on the basest people with the most abject and servile flattery. He never satisfies his desires, and to one who knows how to observe a soul in its entirety he appears truly a pauper utterly deprived, overrun with fears all his life and convulsed with pains and spastic twitches, if he resembles the condition of the city he rules. Does he? Completely. Besides that, let's give him those traits we mentioned 580 before. Of necessity he must be, and through his rule become even more, envious, faithless, unjust, friendless, impious, a nursemaid and host to absolute evil, and from all that the most unfortunate of men who makes his fellows the same. No sensible man would dispute that, Socrates. Then this is the final decision. Like a judge in the theatre, reveal your opinion. Which of our 5 competitors be Greek dramatists competed in the theatre for first, second, and third prize? A herald announced the judge's decision to the audience. There is a pun on Aristons below, which means the best man wins the first prize for happiness, which the second, and so on, the kingly man, the timocratic, the oligarchy, the democratic, or the tyrannical. That's an easy decision. Judging them like plays for excellence and happiness, I rank them in the order in which they appeared. Shall we hire a herald, or shall I myself proclaim that Ariston's son has declared the winner in happiness to be the best and most just man, the kingly man who is also king over himself, and the loser to be the worst and most unjust man, the tyrannical man who is the greatest tyrant over himself and his city? Your proclamation will do, Socrates. Shall one add, whether or not they are seen for what they are by all gods and men? Yes, add that too. Well, that's one demonstration, Glaucon. See if this will do for the second. Since the individual soul is divided like the city into 3 classes, I think it admits of another proof. it seems to me there are three kinds of pleasures, desires, and rule, one for each part of the soul. How do you mean? One was the part with which a man learns, another the part in which he feels spirit, and the third had so many forms that we couldn't give it a specific name. We named it that desiring part, after its largest component and because the desires for food, drink, sex, and so forth are so intense, and also the money-loving part because money especially satisfies 81 such desires. Yes, and that was right, he said. So if we say that it loves and gets its pleasure from profit, will that sum it up and indicate that we're referring to this part of the soul? Can we rightly call it the money-loving or profit-loving part? I think so. Don't we say that the spirited part as a whole always pursues victory, mastery, and repute? Certainly. So we'll be on key in calling it the victory-loving or honor-loving part. Exactly on key. And anyone can see that the part we learn with is always bent on knowing the truth and the nature of everything, and that of the three it cares the least about money and reputation. By far. So, wisdom-loving and fond of learning would appropriately designate that part. Why not? And doesn't one of these parts rule in some people's souls, another in others, whichever one it may be? Yes. That's why we divide men into three primary classes: lovers, wisdom, victory, and profit. You're right. For which there exist three kinds of pleasures, one for each das. Of course. Now you know if you go around to each of these three types of men and ask them which of their lives is the most pleasant, each will commend his own. The moneymaker will call the pleasures of honor and learning worthless compared to profit, unless he can make some money from them. True, he said. What about the lover of honor? Won't he consider monetary pleasure rather vulgar, intellectual pleasure, except so far as learning brings honor, to be merely smoke and rubbish? Exactly. And what of the philosopher's opinion of the other pleasures compared to knowing about the truth and to the enjoyment he gets from learning? Shouldn't we suppose he'll consider them a far cry from true pleasure and call them merely necessary because he'd have no use for them if they weren't absolutely necessary? We should be certain he will. But if they dispute which does lives the best and most beautiful life and which has the most pleasure and least pain, how can we know who's telling the truth? 582. You've got me, Socrates. Look at it like this: what must we judge with to judge anything well? Isn't it experience, knowledge, and argument? Can you find a better standard than those? I don't know where. Now look, which of these three men has the most experience in all of these pleasures? Do you think the prose lover who tries to learn the nature of absolute truth will have more experience in the pleasure of knowledge than the philosopher has in the pleasure of prose? Much less, he said. The philosopher must necessarily taste both of the other pleasures from childhood, but there's no necessity for the prose lover to taste the sweet pleasure of learning the nature of what is, which wouldn't be easy for him to do even if he were eager to do it. So the philosopher has much more experience in both of these pleasures than the prose lover. Does he have less experience in the pleasure of honor than the honor lover has in the pleasure of knowing? Honor attends all three if they reach their goals, he said. The free man, no less than the brave or the wise, is honored by many, so that all three are experienced in the pleasure of honor. None but the philosopher, however, can taste how sweet is the pleasure of contemplating what is. Then as to experience, I said, the philosopher is the best judge of the three. By far. And only he combines knowledge with experience. Of course. And the tool they must judge with belongs not to the lover of prose or honor, but to the lover of wisdom. What tool? Didn't we say they must judge by argument? Yes. Which is preeminently the philosopher's tool. Indeed. If prohibit were the best standard of judgment, then the truest things would be the ones the prose lover praises and blames. Necessarily, he said. If honor, victory, and courage, then the ones that the lover of honor and victory praises and blames. Obviously. But since it's experience, knowledge, and argument, then the truest things are necessarily the ones that the lover of wisdom and argument praises, he said. Be the one of that part of the soul by which we learn, and the most pleasant life bis in whom that part rules. What else? At least that's the way of life that the intelligent, qualified judge recommends. Which life and pleasure does he rank second? Clearly the military and honor-loving. He's closer to that than to the money-making life, then the profit-loving life is last. It seems, certainly, well, Glaucon, the just man has defeated the unjust man twice in a row. As the third, dedicated olympically to Saviour and Olympian Zeus, observe that only the intelligent man's pleasure is absolutely true and pure, the others resemble shadow drawings, as I think I've heard a wise man say. And this will be the greatest, most decisive fault, by far. But what do you mean? I'll find out by searching, if you answer, ask, he said. All right. Don't we call pain the opposite of pleasure? Completely. And say there's a state that is neither. Indeed. Which lies between them as a kind of peace of soul in regard to both. Isn't that so? Yes. Do you recall what people say when they are sick? What? That nothing is really more pleasant than being healthy, but they hadn't noticed until they got sick. I remember. You've also heard people in severe pain say that nothing is more pleasant than an end to suffering. Yes. I think there are many situations in which you've heard people in pain praise not joy, but peace and the absence of pain as the highest pleasure. Yes, peace then probably becomes a positive pleasure. That would make peace painful when someone ceases from pleasure. Perhaps, he said. Then peace, which we just said was between the two, will at times be both pleasure and pain. So it seems. Can what's neither become both? I don't think so. When pleasure or pain occur in the soul, aren't they both a kind of movement? Yes. 584. And didn't the absence of both just now appear to be peace between the two? Yes, it did. Then how can it be right to regard absence of suffering as pleasure or absence of joy as agony? It can't. Therefore, I said, peace appears to be but is not pleasure when set beside pain, pain when set beside pleasure. There's nothing solid about these apparitions compared to true pleasure, they merely beguile us. So the argument seems to indicate. Well, look at pleasures that don't come from pain then. So you don't think in this case that pleasure is cessation of pain and pain cessation of pleasure? Which case? What pleasures? There are many, I said, but you'll see it best in the pleasures of smell. They occur suddenly with terrific intensity and without prior suffering, and they cease without leaving pain. True. So let's not believe that pure pleasure is the elimination of pain, or pain the elimination of pleasure. No. But still, I said, most of the so-called pleasures that enter the soul through the body, and the strongest of them, belong to this das, the elimination of pains. True. Don't four pleasures and four pains in anticipation of expected pleasures and pains work the same way? Yes. Do you know their nature and what they most resemble? What? Do you believe there's an above, a below, and a middle in nature? Certainly. Wouldn't a man being brought from below toward the middle think he was going above? And if he stood in the middle and looked down at where he had come from, would he believe he was anywhere but above, if he had never seen the true above? I don't think he could believe anything else, by Zeus. If brought back down again, wouldn't he think, rightly, that he was moving toward the below? Of course. And he believes all this because he has no experience of the truly existing above, below, and middle. Obviously, said Glaucon. Then does it surprise you that men with no experience of truth have sick opinions about other things too, so that, as regards pleasure, pain, and what lies between them, when brought to pain they consider it real and truly suffer, and 585 when carried from pain toward the in-between, they firmly believe they are approaching pleasure and fulfillment? They are deceived, and like men who contrast black with gray because they've never seen white, they contrast pain with painlessness because they have no experience of pleasure. No, by Zeus, he said, I'd be much more surprised if that weren't so. Now look at it this way, aren't hunger, thirst, and so be forth depleted states of the body? Yes. And ignorance and lack of intelligence an empty state of the soul? Exactly. And whoever partakes of nourishment or intelligence gets filled? Of course. Which is truer, to be filled with what has more or less being? More, obviously. Then which das do you think partakes of more pure being, the das of things like bread, drink, meat, and food in general, or the das of true opinion, knowledge, intelligence and, in short, of complete excellence? Judge like this, see which more fully is, something that partakes of the always alike, immortal, and true, is that way itself, and appears in things like that, or something that partakes of and appears in the never alike and the mortal, and is that way itself. What partakes of the always alike is far superior. Then does the essence of the always unlike participate in being any more than in knowledge? No. In truth, then? No. And if less in truth, then less in being. Necessarily. So the classes that care for the body must as a whole participate in truth and being less than the classes that care for the soul. Much less. And the body itself less than the soul, right? Right. Doesn't something that more fully is and that gets filled with what more fully is get more truly filled than something that less is and that gets filled with what less is? Of course. So if it's pleasant to be filled with the naturally suited, then something that gets more and more truly filled with what is causes a deeper and truer joy in true pleasure, whereas a thing that partakes less of what is fills one less truly and reliably and partakes of a less true and trustworthy pleasure. Absolutely necessary, he said. 586. Then people inexperienced in knowledge and excellence, who attend feasts and so on, are swept down, it seems, and then back to the middle again, and spend all their lives wandering back and forth. They never climb out to look up and be lifted to the true above and be truly filled with what truly is, or taste pure, reliable pleasure. Like cattle they always look down, stoop to the earth and their tables, grazing, feeding, and copulating, kicking and butting each other out of greed for these delights with iron horns and hooves, killing each other in their insatiable lust, because they are trying to HLL an unreal, leaky thing in themselves with something that is not. Both the argument and the text are uncertain. All manuscripts read of the always alike here, which makes no sense. Socrates, said Glaucon, that sounds like an raid on the life of the many. Aren't they therefore condemned to traffic with pleasures mixed with pains, the shadow-drawn phantoms of true pleasure, which take their colors from being situated next to the pains, so that they appear intense, get insane lusts in thoughtless people, and become fought over, as Stesichorus says the heroes at Troy fought over a phantom of Helen out of ignorance of the truth. It must be something like that, he said. Isn't it much the same with the spirited part? Whoever satisfies his love of honor by envy, his love of victory by violence, or his irritability by venting his anger is pursuing their satisfaction without reason or mind. That must also be true. Well, can we confidently assert that if the desires of the victory and profit-loving parts follow knowledge and reason and with them pursue and attain pleasures sanctioned by the intelligent part, these desires will, so far as such things can attain true pleasures, because they follow the truth, and their own proper pleasures, if that which is best for a thing is also most properly its own. They certainly will be their own. So when the whole soul follows the wisdom-loving part and is free from civil war, all its parts will be just and tend their own business, and each will enjoy its own pleasures, the best and truest possible. Absolutely. But when one of the other parts dominates, it will never find its own pleasure, and will force the others to pursue pleasures that are alien and untrue. True. And won't the parts farthest from philosophy and reason cause that the most? By far. Wouldn't what's farthest from reason also be the farthest from law and order? Stesichorus was a 6th-century lyric poet who composed a version of the Helen story in which the real Helen was in Egypt while the heroes fought at Troy over a phantom the gods had made of her. Euripides' Helen is based on this version. Obviously. And weren't the erotic, tyrannical desires shown to be the farthest away, the orderly, kingly ones the dosest? Yes. Then, I think, the tyrant will be the farthest from true, kindred pleasures, the king the dosest. Necessarily. So the tyrant will live the most unpleasant life, the king the most pleasant. An absolute necessity, said Glaucon. Do you know how much more unpleasant? I will if you tell me. Well, Glaucon, it seems there are 3 pleasures, 1 legitimate and 2 bastard, and that by shunning law and reason the tyrant oversteps the bounds of even the 2 bastard ones and lives with slavish bodyguard pleasures, which makes it hard to say how much lower he is, except perhaps like this. How? The tyrant was probably thrice removed from the oligarch, with the democrat in the middle. Yes. Then if what we said before was true, doesn't he also live with a phantom of pleasure 3 times further away from true pleasure? Yes. The oligarch was also thrice removed from the king, if we may regard the aristocrat and the king as identical. True. So the tyrant, I said, must stand thrice 3 times removed from true pleasure. Apparently. The phantom of a tyrant's pleasure must then be a plane number, measured on its length. Positively. Which raised to its 2nd and then to its 3rd power, will clearly give us the distance. I.e. twice removed. The Greeks counted both the first and the last number of a series. 9 is a plane number because it is the square of 3, and a square is a plane figure. Socrates next cubes this to get the 3rd dimension. The exercise is whimsical, as in 546, p. 204. Well, clear to a mathematician. Conversely, if one reckons how far the king is separated from the tyrant in true pleasure, one discovers by multiplication that his life is 729 times more pleasant, the tyrant's life more grievous by the same distance. A monstrous calculation you've dumped on the 2 men, the just and the unjust, of the difference between them in 588 pleasure and pain. But a true and pertinent one, if days and nights and months and years pertain to them. Which they do. If the good, just man beats the bad, unjust man by that much in pleasure, he must beat him by a staggering amount in the grace, beauty, and excellence of his life. Staggering indeed, by Zeus. Now that we've gotten this far, I said, let's go back to that statement made at the beginning, which brought us here, that it pays for a man to be perfectly unjust if he appears to be just. Isn't that what someone said? Yes. Then since we've agreed what power justice and injustice each have, let's have a discussion with him. How? By molding in words an image of the soul, so that the one who said that will realize what he was saying. What kind of image? Oh, something like those natures the myths tell us were born in ancient times, the Chimera, Scylla, Cerberus, and others in which many different shapes were supposed to have grown into one. So they tell us, he said. Then mold one figure of a colorful, many-headed beast with heads of wild and tarn animals growing in a circle all around it, one that can change and grow all of them out of itself. That's a job for a skilled artist. Still, words mold easier than wax or clay, so consider it done. And another of a lion, and one of a man. Make the first by far the biggest, the second largest. That's easier, and already done. Now join the three together so that they somehow grow into one. All right. Next mold the image of one, the man, around them all, so that to someone who can't see what's inside but looks only at the container it appears to be a single animal, man. I have. Then shall we inform the gentleman that when he says it pays for this man to be unjust, he's saying that it profits him to feast his multifarious beast and his lion and make 589 them grow strong, but to starve and enfeeble the man in him so that he gets dragged wherever the animals lead him, and instead of making them friends and used to each other, to let them bite and fight and eat each other. That's just what he's saying by praising injustice. The one who says justice pays, however, would be saying that he should practice and say whatever will give the most be mastery to his inner man, who should care for the many-headed beast like a farmer, raising and domesticating its tarn heads and preventing the wild ones from growing, making the lion's nature his partner and ally, and so raise them both to be friends to each other and to him. That's exactly what he means by praising justice. So in every way the commender of justice is telling the seed truth, the other a lie. Whether we examine pleasure, reputation, or profit, we find that the man who praises justice speaks truly. The one who disparages it disparages sickly and knows nothing of what he disparages. I don't think he does at all. Then let's gently persuade him, his error wasn't intended, by asking him a question. Shouldn't we say that the traditions of the beautiful and the ugly have come about like this? Beautiful things are those that make our bestial parts subservient to the human, or rather, perhaps, to the divine, part of our nature, while ugly ones are those that enslave the tarn to the wild. Won't he agree? If he takes my advice. On this argument then, can it pay for a man to take money unjustly if that means making his best part a slave to either worst? If it wouldn't profit a man to sell his son or his daughter into slavery, to wild and evil men at that, even if he got a fortune for it, then if he has no pity on himself and enslaves the most godlike thing in him to the most godless and polluted, isn't he a wretch who gets bribed for gold into a destruction more horrible than Euriphile's, who sold her 590 husband's life for a necklace? Much more horrible, said Glaucon. FLL answer you for him, Socrates. Don't you think that this is why self-indulgence has long been criticized, because it turns loose that horrible, great, and multiformed monster too much? Obviously. And don't we criticize willfulness and irascibility when they expand and intensify the snake and lion part all out of proportion, luxury and softness when they engender cowardice there and make it limp and lax? Of course. And flattery and slavishness when they subdue this same part, the spirited, to the unruly beast, expose it to insult for the sake of money and the beast's insatiable appetite, and inure the lion to act from childhood like an ape. Exactly, he said. See, and why does servile mechanical labor bring reproach? Doesn't that happen only when the best part of a person is by nature too weak to rule the creatures in him and serves them instead, and can learn nothing except how to fawn on them? Most likely. In order that both he and the best man may be ruled by a similar thing, we say he should be a slave to that best man who has a divine ruler in him, not to the detriment of the slave, as Thrasymachus thought about subjects, but because everyone is better off being ruled by the godlike and intelligent, preferably if he has it inside, but if not, it should be imposed on him from without so that we may all be friends and as nearly alike as possible, all steered by the same thing. Yes, and we're right, he said. Law, the ally of everyone in the city, clearly intends the same thing, as does the rule of children, which forbids us to let them be free until we've instituted a regime in them as in a city. We serve their best part with a similar part in us. 591 Thrasymachus had said in Book 1 that subjects must obey rulers to the ruler's advantage and to the subject's own detriment. Install a like guardian and ruler in them, and only then set them free. Clearly. Then how, by what argument, Glaucon, can we say that it pays for a man to be unjust or self-indulgent or to do something shameful to get more money or power if by doing so he makes himself worse? We can't, he said. And how can it pay to commit injustice without getting caught and being punished? Doesn't getting away with it make a man even worse? Whereas if a man gets caught and punished, his beast-like part is taken in and tamed, his tarn part is set free, and his whole soul acquires justice and temperance and knowledge. Therefore his soul recovers its best nature and attains a state more honorable than the state the body attains when it acquires health and strength and beauty, by as much as the soul is more honorable than the body. Absolutely. Then won't a sensible man spend his life directing all his efforts to this end, and first honor any studies that will make his soul like that, and disregard the rest? Clearly. Next, refuse to entrust the care of his body to irrational animal pleasure and live immersed in that, and even ignore his health and despise physical strength and beauty except as they may contribute to temperance, making it ever manifest that he tunes his body's concord only for the sake of harmony in his soul. Absolutely, if he's going to be a true musician. Won't he look for the same order and harmony in his possessions and refuse to let the glorification of the many dazzle him into piling up an unlimited mass of wealth attended by its limitless evils? I think so, he said. He'll look beyond that, I said, to the regime within, guard against its being disturbed by either abundance or lack of possessions, and steer his course as straight as he can between depleting his property and adding to it. Exactly, said Glaucon. The same with honors. He'll freely partake and taste of any he thinks will improve him, but shun all honors, public or private, that might dissolve his existing state. If that's his concern, he won't be willing to go into politics. He will, by the dog, I said, in his own proper city, though perhaps not in the land of his birth, unless some divine chance should occur. I understand, you mean in the city we've been founding in words. I don't think it exists on the earth, B, but perhaps it's laid up as a model in heaven for anyone to look at who wishes to found himself. It makes no difference whether it exists or ever will exist here. He'll practice the politics only of it and of no other. Most likely, said Glaucon. Book 10, and while many things about our city suggest that we 595 founded it absolutely right, I say so chiefly with poetry in mind. How so? He asked. Admitting none that's imitative, I replied. Now that we've sorted out all the classes in the soul, it seems even more obvious to me that we must forbid imitative poetry altogether. B. Why? Just between us, you won't denounce me to the tragedians and the other imitative poets. All poetry like that seems to poison the mind of the audience unless they have an antidote in knowing what it's like. What do you mean? I must speak, I said, though a certain reverence and hear poetry, poiesis, rather than music, as earlier. The word literally means something made. A poet is a maker, and make also means compose. The following analogies between poets, makers, and craftsmen, furniture makers, etc., are therefore closer in Greek than in English. Love that I've had for him since childhood would prevent me from speaking of Homer. He, it seems, was the first teacher and leader of all these lovely tragic poets. Still, we mustn't honor a man above the truth, so, as I said, I must speak. Absolutely, he said. Listen then, or rather, answer. Ask. Can you tell me what imitation in general is? I don't think I understand very well myself what it's supposed to be. And I should, I suppose. It wouldn't be strange if you did. Dim eyes often see 596 things before sharp ones. True, but with you here FM not so eager to say how things look to me. You look instead. Then let's begin our examination in our usual way. We normally posit one unique form for each group of many things to which we apply the same name. Do you understand? Yes. Then take any group you'd like. Aren't beds and tables, B for instance, many? Of course. But there are only two shapes for them all, I suppose, one of bed and one of table. Yes. And don't we say that furniture makers look at the shapes when one of them makes the beds, another the tables we use, and so on for the others? No craftsman, I imagine, makes the shape itself. How could he? He couldn't. What would you call a craftsman who can make anything see that any other workman can make? An amazingly clever fellow. Wait till you hear the rest. This workman can not only make all kinds of furniture, but everything that grows in the ground, all living creatures including himself, heaven and earth and the gods, and everything in heaven and in Hades under the ground. What a genius! You don't believe it? You doubt that such a craftsman synonym for form, above. Cf. Footnote 13, p. 144. Exists, that in one way he makes, footnote, here in the sense of classes, or kinds. All these things, though in another way not. Or do you see that you too can make them all after a fashion? What fashion? Nothing hard, you could quickly fashion them in many ways, but the quickest would be to take a mirror and turn it around in every direction. You'll quickly make the sun, the earth, stars, furniture, plants, animals, yourself, everything we just said. Yes, make them appear, not truly be. Excellent, I said. You've come to the argument's rescue just in time, because I think a painter is that kind of a craftsman, don't you? Certainly. I suspect you'll deny that his works are real. Yet in a way a painter makes a bed, doesn't he? Yes, again an apparent one. What about the bed maker? Didn't you just say he makes 597, not the form, which we say is the bed, but a particular bed? Yes. But if he doesn't make what is, he doesn't make what's real, merely something like it. If someone says the work of a bedmaker or any other workman perfectly is and is real, I'll bet he's not telling the truth. It wouldn't seem so to someone who spent his time in discussions like these, he said. So we won't be surprised if this bed is rather faint compared to truth. Not at all, B. Shall we investigate from our examples what this imitator is? If you like, he replied. We have these three beds then, I said. One exists in nature, and I think we'll say it was fashioned by a god. Or was it someone else? I doubt it. And one by a carpenter, the third by a painter, right? Right. The painter, the carpenter, and the god, these three are in charge of three forms, footnote, here in the sense of classes, or kinds of bed. Indeed. Now the god, either because he wished it so or because some necessity stood over him to fashion no more than one bed in nature, made only that one, which is the bed itself. He did not and will not bring forth two or more of them. Why not? Because even if he made only two, one would again appear, whose form those other two would take, and that one would be the bed, that is, not the other two. Right. I think the god knew this, and wishing to be the true maker, footnote, i.e. poet, of the truly existing bed rather than the particular maker of some particular bed, he brought forth the one bed itself in nature. Most likely. Shall we call him the bed's naturalizer or something? That would be good, because he has made it and everything that is by nature. And the carpenter its craftsman. Yes. Is the painter also a craftsman and maker of the bed? No. What then? I think we could reasonably call him an imitator of what the others make as craftsmen. Aha. You call the one that produces the third product away from nature an imitator. Certainly, he said. Then the tragedian too, if he's an imitator, must by nature be the third away from the king and truth, and all other imitators likewise. Evidently. So we're agreed on the imitator. Now do you think a great painter tries to imitate each thing itself in nature, or the works of craftsmen? The works of craftsmen, as they are or appear? Define that too. What do you mean? Does a bed or anything else change when you look at it straight on and then from the side or some other angle? Or does it appear different but stay the same? Yes, it appears different but stays the same. Which of these aspects does painting adhere to, reality be as it is or appearance as it appears? Does it imitate truth or an apparition? An apparition. Then imitation lies far from the truth and can make all things because it captures only a tiny bit of each one, and that but a phantom. We say a painter, for instance, can paint you as a carpenter, a shoemaker, or any other craftsman without claiming knowledge of any of their crafts. Still, a good sea painter might paint a carpenter and deceive children and simpletons into thinking it real, if he shows it to them from a distance. Of course. I think this should be our attitude toward all such imitators, my friend. Whenever someone tells us he has met a man with knowledge of all crafts and of everything that any individual knows, and no one has more detailed knowledge of anything than he, we should inform the speaker that he must be a rather simple person who met an imitation wizard and got deceived into thinking him omniscient because he himself couldn't distinguish between knowledge, ignorance, and imitation. True. Then, I said, we must next examine tragedy and Homer, its leader. Some people say that the poets know all crafts and everything human concerning excellence and evil, and all things divine, because to compose well a good poet must know what he's writing about. Therefore we must decide whether they are telling the truth and good poets really do know what they seem to say so well, or whether these people ran into imitators and got deceived, and so can't see that poets' works are thrice removed from reality and they're 599 for easy to make, even for a man ignorant of the truth, because they are not real, but apparitions. We surely must, he said. If a man could make the thing to be imitated as well as its semblance, do you think he'd seriously allow himself to craft phantoms and ate that as his life's best possession? Not at all. I think someone who truly understood the things that he imitated would much rather apply himself to the things than to their copies, try to leave behind many beautiful works as memorials of himself, and prefer to be the one eulogized rather than the eulogizer. I agree, both the honor and the usefulness are greater. Then let's let the other crafts go and not demand and see account of them from Homer or any other poet, asking how many people any poet, ancient or modern, if he knew medicine and didn't just imitate medical language, is supposed to have cured, like Asclepius, or how many students he left behind him as doctors, as Asclepius did his descendants. Homer attempts to speak of the greatest, most beautiful things, war, generalship, the governing of cities, and the de-education of man. It would therefore be fair to question him and say, if, dear Homer, You're not the third from truth concerning excellence, an imitator, which we defined as a craftsman of phantoms, but only the second, and you knew what pursuits make men better in public and private. Then tell us what city was ever governed better because of you, a Sparta because of Lycurgus, and many other cities, large and small, because of many other men. What city acknowledges you as its lawgiver and benefactor, as Italy and Sicily acknowledge Charondas and Wisolan? Will he be able to name one? I don't think so, said Glaucon. Not even the Homerists claim that. Well, was there some war in Homer's day reputedly fought well under his leadership or counsel? No? Did he invent some ingenious contrivance for the crafts or something, such as people attribute to practical wise men like Thais of Miletus and Anacharsis of Scythia? No, nothing like that. Maybe something in private life then. Do they say that Homer was a leader in education during his lifetime, whose pupils cherished his companionship and handed down a Thales was the first philosopher of the Milesian school, which speculated in natural science? I.e. predicted the solar eclipse of 585 BC. Anacharsis, ca. 600 BC, was an early geometer, supposed to have been able to calculate the distance of ships at sea. Homeric way of life, the way Pythagoras' disciples cherished him for a discipline that his followers even today call the Pythagorean way, which makes them somehow stand out from everyone else. No, Socrates. Otherwise his companion Creophilus would seem even sillier for his education than for his name, if what they say about Homer is true. They say he was much neglected in his day, while he lived, see, so they say, Glaucon. But if Homer knew, and didn't just imitate, how to educate and improve people, don't you think he'd have gotten many companions to honor and love him? When Protagoras of Abdera, Prodicus of Ceos, footnote, two of the most popular sophists of Socrates' time, and countless other teachers can meet with their contemporaries on a private basis and convince them that they'll never be able to manage their homes or their cities unless they have experts like themselves to direct their education, and when their students love them so intensely for this wisdom that they practically carry them around on their shoulders. Would the people of Homer's time have let him and he should run around as minstrels if the two of them really had been able to promote excellence? Why, people would have clung to them tighter than gold, they'd have insisted that they live with them, and if they couldn't get them to stay, they'd have followed them around as their pupils until they got a decent education. That seems absolutely true, Socrates. Then shall we say that all poetic imitators from Homer on down imitate phantoms of excellence and of everything else they create, but never touch truth, like that painter who we just said will make a seeming shoemaker for people as 601 ignorant of cobbling as he, who judge only by colors and figures? Certainly. In the same way, I think we'll say that the poet too gives the colors of various crafts in words and phrases without knowing anything but imitation, so that to others like him who judge only by words, his words will, when delivered in harmony, rhythm, and meter, seem spoken exceedingly well. Creophilus means beef-born. A legendary, perhaps fictitious character, about whom little is known. whether they deal with shoemaking, generalship, or anything else. Such things have by nature some powerful enchantment, because if you strip a poem of its musical colors and speak the words by themselves, you know what it will sound like. You've heard it, I think. Yes. Aren't they like young, unbeautiful faces after the bloom of youth has departed? Exactly. Now, I said, look at it like this: the imitator, or phantom maker, understands nothing of reality, but only of appearance. Is that what we say? Yes. Let's look at this thoroughly, not leave it half said. Speak. Can a painter paint reins and a bridle? Yes. But a shoemaker and blacksmith will make them. Indeed. Does the painter claim to know what they must be like? Isn't it true that not even the makers, the cobbler and the smith, pretend to have that knowledge, and that the only one who claims to have it is the one who knows how to use them, the rider? Yes. Won't we say that this is true of everything? What? 3 skills exist for each thing: one uses, one makes, and one imitates. Yes. Don't the excellence, rightness, and beauty of any artifact, creature, or act depend solely on the me for which it has been grown or made? Yes. Then it necessarily follows that the user of each has the most experience in it and must inform the maker how it works well or badly in use. The flute player, for instance, he informs the flute maker which flutes work well in playing and prescribes how they must be made, and the maker serves him. Socrates himself demonstrated this with the opening of the Iliad, in Book 3, 393d, 394a, p. 63. Of course. So the one knows and reports about good and bad flutes, the other believes him and makes them. Yes. Therefore the maker of any artifact gets right belief about its beauty and baseness by associating with and being forced to listen to its user, who has knowledge. Certainly. Does the imitator get knowledge of the rightness and beauty of the things he draws by using them, or right opinion by being forced to associate with the knower, who prescribes how they must be drawn? Neither. So he has neither knowledge nor right opinion about the beauty or baseness of the things that he imitates. It doesn't seem so. What charming wisdom the poetic imitator has about the things he creates. Not very, he said. But still he will imitate, knowing nothing of how anything may be useful or bad. Most likely he'll imitate whatever seems beautiful to the ignorant mob. What else? Then, it appears, we agree fairly well, the imitator knows nothing worth mentioning about what he imitates. Imitation is nothing serious, but a kind of play, and those who latch onto tragical poetry in iambs and dactyls are the most imitative of all. Of course. By Zeus! I exclaimed, doesn't this imitation deal with something 3 times removed from the truth? Yes. Then to what part of a man does it direct its power? What do you mean? This: when we see the same thing from near or afar it doesn't appear the same size. No. And the same things look bent or straight when viewed in or out of water, concave or convex as our sight wanders in regard to their colors, every kind of confusion like this clearly in our souls. Painting is right up with which, craft in attacking this weakness in our nature, as are conjuring and similar tricks. True. Weren't measuring, weighing, and counting invented as charming helpers for this, so that it's not the apparently larger, smaller, heavier, and more that rules in us, but that which calculates, measures, and weighs. Of course, but that's the task of the soul's calculating, rational part. Exactly. And the things it has measured and reports as equal, or as larger or smaller than each other, often appear to it to be the contrary, the same things at the same time. Yes. Didn't we declare it impossible for the same thing to hold contrary opinions about the same things at the same time? And rightly. So the part of the soul that conjectures contrary to measurements can't be the same as the part that agrees with them. Certainly not. Certainly the part that relies on measurement and calculation must be the best. Certainly. And the part that contradicts them must be a trivial one. Necessarily. This is the agreement I wanted when I said that painting and imitation in general accomplishes its own work, which lies far from the truth, by consorting with something in us that lies far from intelligence, like a friendly prostitute up to no good. Absolutely, he said. So imitation is trivia that couples with trivia to reproduce trivia. Very likely. Only imitation for sight, or also for hearing, which we call poetry. That too, most likely. Let's not just believe an analogy drawn from painting, see, but go on to the part of the mind that poetic imitation consorts with and see if it's serious or trivial. Yes, that's what we should do. Let's put it like this: poetic imitation imitates people in action performing enforced or voluntary acts, who think they've done well or badly from the acts themselves, and who feel joy or grief through it all. It didn't go beyond that, did it? No. Does a person keep a constant state of mind through all this? Or as sight plunged him into strife with himself and gave him contrary opinions about the same things at the same time, does he also contend and hght with himself in his acts? Now I remember, we needn't agree on this, because in the discussion above, we already agreed that our soul teems with thousands of such simultaneous contradictions. Right, he said. Right indeed, I replied. But I think we now must go through what we left out then. What? I believe we said that when a good man loses a son or anything else that he values, he'll bear the misfortune more lightly than others. Certainly. But now we must ask whether he feels no sorrow whatever, or whether that's impossible and he somehow moderates himself toward his pain. That would be nearer the truth. Now tell me, do you think he'll fight and resist his pain more when observed by his equals, or when he's alone by himself in solitude? Much more when observed. In seclusion I think he'd dare to say things he'd be ashamed to have others hear and to do things he'd prefer not to have seen. Exactly, he said. Reason and law encourage resistance, while the emotion itself drags him back to the pain. True. But when a man is pulled in opposite ways over the same thing at the same time, we say he must have two things in him. Of course, one ready to obey the law wherever it leads. How do you mean? I suppose the law declares it best to keep calm in adversity and not grieve, because the good and the bad of such things is uncertain. Taking them hard doesn't improve the sea situation. Nothing human is worthy of serious attention anyway, and sorrow hinders the thing that should come to our aid in misfortune as quickly as possible. What thing? Deliberation, I said, over what's happened, and arranging one's affairs to the way things have fallen like dice, however reason dictates as best, not wasting your time bawling like a child, staggered by the blow and hugging the spot that was hit, but habituating your soul to turn quickly to righting and healing what's fallen and sick, eliminating lamentation with healing. That's surely the way to behave in misfortune. The best part, we say, willingly follows this reasoning. Clearly. Then shall we call the part that drags us back to the memory of the suffering and to the laments it can't get enough of the irrational part, cowardice's indolent friend? We certainly should. This, the grieving part, permits much imitation and embellishment, whereas the intelligent, calm disposition, always very similar to itself, is hard both to imitate and to understand when imitated, especially at a festival by multifarious folk gathered in the theatre. It imitates a condition foreign to them. Absolutely. Then our imitative poet, if he wants repute with the many, clearly won't work with this part of the soul, which his wisdom wasn't fashioned to please, but with the grieving, colorful disposition, so easy to imitate. Clearly. Now we'll be justified in seizing the poet and setting him up as a counterpart to the painter. Like him, he produces trivia compared to the truth and traffics with a trivial rather than with the best part of the soul. Thus in justice we may now bar him from our city, if it's to have good laws, because by arousing, feeding, and strengthening that part he destroys the soul's rational part, as when one destroys men of refinement in a city and puts the rabble in charge. In the same way, we'll say, the imitative poet installs an evil regime in each individual soul, gratifying an irrational thing in it that distinguishes neither larger nor smaller but thinks the same things now large and now small, is a phantom maker of phantoms who stands far from the truth. Certainly. But we still haven't brought the most serious charge against imitation, its appalling ability to deform even decent people, except for a very few. It must be appalling if it does that. Listen and see. When the best of us listen to Homer or some other tragic poet imitate a grief-stricken hero delivering a tirade filled with laments or singing a dirge, perhaps, while he beats his breast, we thrill with delight, we surrender ourselves to the mood, sympathize with his sufferings, and seriously praise as the best poet the one that can do this the most. I know. But when we have some personal grief, you notice we plume ourselves on the opposite, on our ability to keep calm and endure, as though this were the behavior of a man and the other, which we praised in the poetry of a woman. I've noticed, he said. Isn't it a marvelous endorsement that when we see a man who's unworthy of us doing something we'd be ashamed of, we praise and enjoy it rather than gag? By Zeus, it doesn't make sense. It does if you consider that the part the poet satisfies and 606 delights is the one we restrain by force in personal misfortune and starve of the tears, lamentations, and fulfillment it naturally craves. Our nature's best part, insufficiently educated by reason and habit, relaxes its guard over this dirging part because the sufferings it sees belong to another, and it considers it no shame to itself to pity and praise another man alleged to be good when he vents his untimely grief. In fact, the listener regards the pleasure as a profit he'd be loath to give up out of contempt for the entire poem. I think it is given to few to calculate that vicarious enjoyment is necessarily transferred to ourselves, and that pity, fed strong on the sufferings of others, will be hard to restrain in our own. True, he said. See, isn't it the same with laughter? Whenever you listen to jokes, on stage or in conversation, that you yourself would be ashamed to tell and delight in them instead of detesting them as base, you're doing the same as in the piteous spectacles. You release a part in you that wants to joke, which you normally restrain by reason for fear of being thought a buffoon, and this, after growing vigorous here, often sweeps you into inadvertently playing the fool in your private affairs. Exactly, he said. The same with sex, anger, and all the desires, pleasures, and pains in the soul, which we say accompany us in every activity. Poetic imitation causes us to be like them. It waters and feeds what ought to be starved, and sets up as rulers what ought to be ruled, if we're to become better and happier rather than poorer and more miserable. I can't dispute that, he said. Then Glaucon, I said, whenever you run into men who eulogize Homer as the educator of Greece, who say that he is worth taking up and studying for the administration and remnant of human affairs, and that every man ought to 607 model his life on this poet, you must love and embrace them for being the best men they can possibly be, agree that Homer is the most poetic of poets and the first of tragedians, and know that except for hymns to the gods and eulogies for good men no poetry may enter our city. If you accept the honeyed muse in epic and song, pain and pleasure will reign in your city in place of law and those principles accepted by the community as best. Most true, he said. Let that, then, stand as our defense after reviewing poetry's cause. We acted reasonably in banishing her from our city, being such as she is, reason dictated our course. And let's also remind her, lest she accuse us of being harsh and uncouth, that an ancient feud persists between philosophy and poetry. Expressions, footnote, quotations from lost poems or comedies. Footnote, quotations from lost poems or comedies. That call philosophy great in the idle chatter of fools and a yapping bitch who snaps at her master, and philosophers pointy-headed riffraff who, after subtle agonizing, conclude that they are broke, and countless others like them all attest to that ancient quarrel. Nevertheless, be it said that should imitative poetry directed to pleasure be able to give reasons for her existence in a well-regulated city, we'd gladly take her back from her exile, acknowledging that we too are enchanted by her. But to betray the truth as we see it would be impious. Doesn't she enchant you too, my friend? especially when you hear her D through Homer's mouth. Very much, he said. Shouldn't she in justice return if she can make a defense in lyric or some other verse form? Certainly. We'll also give her advocates, not poets, but poetry lovers, a chance to defend her in prose and show that she's not only pleasing, but useful to regimes and to human life. And we'll listen favorably, because we'll undoubtedly prost if she's shown to be useful as well as pleasant. How could we help but profit from that? But if not, my companion, then just as lovers renounce even by force a love that they no longer think beneficial, so we, because our beautiful regimes have raised us to love this kind of poetry, will favor her defense and hope she may be 608 proved good and true, but until she is, we'll chant this argument to ourselves whenever we hear her, as a charm to ward off her spell and keep us from falling back into that childish love we shared with the many, treating poetry not seriously as touching the truth, but cautiously lest it destroy the B regime within us, believing what we've said about poetry. I agree entirely, he said. Great is the contest, dear Glaucon, greater than people imagine, the struggle to become a good man or bad, and neither money nor honor, not power, and not even poetry must entice us away from justice and the rest of excellence. I agree from what we've gone through. Anyone would, I think. Though we still haven't gone through the greatest rewards of excellence, and the prizes that await the victor. They must surely be huge if they surpass what we've already said. What can be great in a little time? Yet our whole life from childhood to old age is probably only a little time compared with the whole. Nothing at all, he said. Do you think an immortal thing should be seriously concerned with this little time and not with the whole? No, but what do you mean? Haven't you noticed that our soul is immortal and doesn't perish? He looked at me in surprise. No, by Zeus, I haven't. Can you argue that? If I'm not mistaken, I said. So can you, I think, it's nothing difficult. Maybe not, he said, but I'd like to hear you explain this undifficult thing. You will, I said. Do you say there's a good and an evil? Yes. Do you share my idea of them? What is it? Evil is that which corrupts and destroys, good is that which helps and preserves. Yes, he said. Well, do you think each thing has a good and an evil? As 609 the eye's inflammation and the whole body disease, grain blight, wood rot, bronze and iron corrosion and, as I said, almost everything some natural evil and sickness. Yes. And when its evil strikes a thing, it debases it and finally destroys and disintegrates it. Of course. And each thing is destroyed by its natural evil or vice. If be that doesn't do it, nothing will. Surely the good will never destroy anything, nor that which is neither. How could it? Then if we can discover some existing thing by nature so constituted as to have an evil that corrupts but does not dissolve or destroy it, can't we be certain that nothing will ever destroy it? Very likely, he said. Well, Isn't there something that corrupts the soul? Certainly, everything we just went through: injustice, see intemperance, cowardice, and ignorance. Can any of them destroy and disintegrate it? And don't be misled into thinking that an unjust, thoughtless man caught committing a crime is destroyed by injustice, the vice of the soul. Do it like this, as the body's vice, disease, wastes and destroys it until it's not even a body, so everything else we just mentioned ceases to exist when its own evil settles in it and corrupts it. Isn't that so? Yes. Now examine the soul the same way. When injustice and its other evils settle in it, do they wither and corrupt it until they've separated it from the body and dragged it down to death? No, not that far. And it's illogical to think that another thing's vice will destroy something if its own does not. Indeed. Notice, Glaucon, that we don't think that an evil which belongs to food, whether staleness, rot, or anything else, can destroy the body. If the food's viciousness engenders the body's depravity in it, then we'll say that it was the body's own evil, disease, caused by the food, that destroyed it. Food is distinct from the body, and we'll never expect its vice 61c, an alien evil, to corrupt the body unless it engenders the body's own natural evil in it. Right? He said. By the same reasoning then, unless the body's vice engenders the soul's vice in it, we'll never expect the soul to be destroyed by an alien evil in place of its own, one thing by another thing's evil. That makes sense, he said. Then let's either refute this argument as unsound, or for as long as it stands refuse to admit that the soul can be destroyed by fever or by any disease, by murder or even by chopping the body to bits, unless someone can prove that these bodily sufferings make the soul less just or pious. Let's refuse to accept that the soul or anything else is destroyed by an alien evil if it doesn't have its own proper evil in it. Surely no one will ever be able to prove that death makes a dying man's soul less just. But if, to avoid having to admit that souls are immortal, someone should dare to tackle our argument and say that a dying man does turn base and unjust, then if he's telling the truth, we'd expect injustice to be fatal to its possessor, like a disease, and by its own nature to be the killer that kills off its victims, those who catch it worse more quickly, the others more slowly, so that unjust men would not, as now, need others to kill them for their injustice by imposing justice on them. By Zeus, he said, if injustice were fatal it wouldn't be the terrifying thing that it is. Death would deliver its possessor from evil. But I think it'll prove to be the exact opposite. It kills others if it can, and gives its possessor an extreme, even sleepless vitality. Injustice, it seems, has pitched her tent far from fatality. Well put, I replied. And since the soul's own vice doesn't suffice to kill or destroy it, an evil intent on something else's destruction hardly will do so, or destroy anything else but its victim. Not very likely, he said. Then since no evil, its own or anything else's, destroys 611 it, the soul must necessarily always exist. And if it always exists, it must be immortal. It must be, he said. So be it then, I said. And if it is so, notice that it's the same souls that will always exist. They could hardly decrease if none are destroyed, nor again increase, if anything immortal increased. You know it would take its increase from the mortal and everything would end up being immortal. True. So let's not believe that. The argument won't permit it be, nor again that in its truest nature the soul possesses great variety, dissimilarity, and self-contradiction. How do you mean? It would be hard for a thing to be eternal if it were composed of several parts, as we presented the soul a while back, and didn't have the finest composition. Apparently, he said, that the soul is immortal, this and our other arguments would compel us to believe. But to learn the soul's true nature you must observe it not as we did, disfigured by its partnership with the body and other evils, but as it is when pure. You must examine it thoroughly by reason, and then you'll find it a far more beautiful thing and more distinctly discern justice and injustice and all we went through. What we said was true for it in its present condition, like men seeing Glaucus, the sea god, and finding it hard to make out his ancient nature because the waves have worn and the Republic Zog pounded away some of his body's original parts and completely disfigured him, while other things, rocks and shells and seaweed, have grown onto him, so that he looks more like a monster than what by nature he was. So we observe the soul encrusted by thousands of evils. Instead, Glaucon, we should look over there. Where? To its philosophy, and note what the soul clings to and what company it seeks, being akin to the divine, immortal, and ever-existing, and what again it would be if all of it leapt after that and the surge lifted it clean out of the sea that tumbles it now, scraped of its shells and barnacles, these wild, rock-like and earthy growths that encrust it now because 612 it feasts upon earth in these so-called happy feasts. Then you could see our soul's true nature, exactly what it is and how, whether multiple or single in form. For now, though, I think we've pretty well described its forms and sufferings in this life. Absolutely, he said. Well, I said, haven't we acquitted justice of the charges against her without praising rewards and reputations, as you accused Homer and Hesiod of doing, and discovered justice itself to be the best thing for the soul itself, something it should practice whether or not it has Gyges ring and even Hades cap? We certainly have, he said. Would anyone object now, Glaucon, if we returned, in all their variety and profusion, the rewards that justice and the rest of excellence bring the soul from gods and men, both see during a man's lifetime and after he dies? Absolutely not. Will you too give back what you borrowed earlier in the discussion? What was that? You asked that the just man seem unjust and the unjust man just, even if it is impossible for them to escape the notice of gods and men. I lent you that for the argument's sake, so we could judge justice itself against injustice itself. Don't you remember? I'd be unjust if I didn't, he said. Well, now that they've been judged, FM asking you for justice's sake to give her back the reputation she enjoys among gods and men, and to agree that this is her reputation, so that she may collect the prizes she wins from the seeming and gives to her possessors, since we've already shown the goods that come from the being, which she actually presents to her true possessors and doesn't just deceive them with, that's a fair request, he said. Then will you grant that the gods will know what each of our two men, the just and the unjust, is really like? Yes. If so, they'll love the one and hate the other, as we said at the start. True. Won't we also agree that the one the gods love will 613 receive the very best of everything they give, except for necessary evils incurred by sins in a former life? Of course. Therefore, when a just man suffers poverty, illness, or any other seeming evil, we must assume it will turn out best for him either in this life or after he dies. The gods will never neglect someone willing and eager to be just, who by pursuing excellence tries to be as much like them as a human being can be. A man like that isn't likely to be neglected by his like. Mustn't we have the opposite opinion of the unjust man? Completely, he said. Such, then, the victory prizes the gods bestow on the just man. At least in my opinion, he said. What does he get from men? Shouldn't we put it like this? All clever scoundrels fare like runners who run well going down the track, but not so well coming back up. They break away smartly but finish in contemptible shape, their sea ears drooping on their shoulders, and trot off uncrowned. The true runners keep on till either finish and win both the prizes and the crown. Don't most things turn out like that? For the reference is to 352b, p. 28. Just men, toward the end of each activity and transaction and of life they win reputation and prizes from their fellow men. They surely do. Then may I say of them what you said about unjust men? When older they'll rule in their cities, assuming they want to, marry into the families of their choice, and match their daughters with whomever they wish. Everything you said about the unjust you say about the just. As for the unjust, though they may get away with it while young, at the end of the race most will be caught. Townsmen and strangers alike will revile and abuse them, and you can imagine me saying that they get whipped and everything else you rightly termed uncouth. Will you permit me to say all that? Of course, since it's just. Such are the prizes, rewards, and gifts bestowed on the just man by gods and men while he lives, besides the goods 614 provided by justice itself. They certainly are beautiful and stable. Yet nothing at all compared in size and amount to those that await each man when he's dead. We must tell those too, so that each may get his due of the words the argument owes him. Tell them, he said. There aren't many things rather be here. The story I shall tell, I said, isn't some yarn spun out to Alcinous, but the tale of a valorous man. A son of Armenius, of the race of Everyman. He was once killed in battle, and on the 10th day they took up the bodies, his still fresh though the others were decaying, and brought them home to be buried. On the 12th day he lay on his funeral pyre, came back to life, and told what he had seen over there. When his soul had left him, he said, it went with many others and came to a mysterious place where two chasms lay side by side in the earth, and two others split the heavens directly above those. Between them sat judges who judged the souls and commanded the just to go to the right and up through. The reference is to 36 i.e. 362b, pp. 34 to 35. i.e. Pamphylia is an invented character from an imaginary land. Yanta Alcinous refers to Odysseus's account of his wanderings, related to Alcinous in the Odyssey, books 9 to 12. Heaven, hanging a sign with their judgment in front of each one, and the unjust to go to the left and down, putting a sign D on their backs telling what each had done. When I stepped up, he said they commanded him to hear and observe everything well, for he was to be a messenger to men of the things over there. And there, by those two chasms in heaven and earth, he saw the judged souls departing, and by the two others arriving, those coming up out of the earth from the one were parched and full of dust, but those coming down out of heaven from the other were pure. They all seemed returned from a long journey. They joyfully went off to the meadow and made camp as though for a fair. Old friends greeted each other, and each group asked the other how they had fared. The ones from below recalled with sorrow 615 and weeping all they had suffered and seen in their underground journey, a journey of 1,000 years, while the ones back from heaven described its delights and the incredible beauty of the things they had seen. It would take a long time, Glaucon, to recount all that they said. The gist of it, however, was this: each had paid in turn the penalty for every crime against another, 10 times over for each, that is, once every 100 years, taking that be as the length of human life to make the requital tenfold, so that those responsible for many deaths, who had betrayed cities or armies and reduced them to slavery, or had been partners to any other iniquity, might suffer tenfold torment for each, whereas any who had done good deeds for others and had been pious and just would receive recompense in the same proportion. What he said about the ones who had died at birth or had lived only a short time isn't worth recollecting. But he described still greater requitals for piety or impiety toward gods or parents, as well as for homicide. He said, for instance, that he was present when one soul asked another where Ardeus the Great was. This Ardeus had been tyrant in a city in every land just 1,000 years before, had murdered his old father and elder brother and had committed many other impious crimes, it was said. He hasn't come, said the other, nor shall he ever. That was one of the horrible things that we saw. When we were dosed to the mouth and about to emerge after all that suffering, we suddenly saw him and some others, nearly all tyrants. Though a few had been big private criminals. They thought that at last they were about to step out, but whenever one of those incurably evil souls, or one not yet sufficiently punished, tried to go up through the mouth, it bellowed and wouldn't accept him. Then, he said, savage men stationed there, fiery to see, heard it, seized most of them and led them away, but Aeneas and a few others they bound hand, foot, 616 and neck, threw down and skinned, shredded by dragging through thorns alongside the path, and then indicated to every soul that came up their reasons for hauling them off and hurling them down into Tartarus. Then, he said, terror had seized them, exceeding all the multifarious terrors they had suffered before, lest the voice sound when they come up, and great was their joy when the mouth was silent for them. Such, he said, were the judgments and punishments, as well as the rewards, antiphonal to them. And when they had been on the meadow 7 days, they must get up and march on the 8th, riding after 4 more from where they beheld a straight light, like a pillar, stretched from above through all of heaven and earth, most like the rainbow, but purer and brighter. This they reached in a day's journey, where at the light center they saw extended from heaven the tips of its bonds, for this light holds all heaven together, binding its entire circumference like the understraps of a warship, and stretched from the tips the spindle of necessity, through which turn all of heaven's revolutions. The shaft and hook of the spindle were of adamant, its whirl an alloy of adamant and other materials. The whirl's nature was something like this. In shape it resembled a whirl here, but from what he said we must imagine it as one great, hollowed-out whirl with a similar smaller one nestled inside, like cups stacked together, and a third and a fourth inside that, and then 4 more. There were 8 altogether, one snug in the other, with their rims facing upward as circles to form the unbroken top of a single whirl around the shaft, which was driven through the center of the 8th. The first and outermost whirl had the thickest rim, the 6th the next thickest, the 4th the third thickest. The cosmological details of this passage are discussed in the appendix, p. 279. The 8th the 4th thickest, the 7th the 5th thickest, the 5th the 6th thickest, the 3rd the 7th thickest, and the 2nd the thinnest. The rim of the largest was spangled, 617 of the 7th the brightest. The 8th took its color from the glow of the 7th. The 2nd and 5th were alike and more yellow than those. The 3rd was the whitest, the 4th reddish, and the 6th was the 2nd in whiteness. The entire spindle, he said, revolved together, but within this overall movement the 7 inner circles gently turned contrary to the whole. Of these 7 the 8th turned the fastest, while the 7th, 6th, and 5th moved next fastest and kept the same pace. 3rd in speed, as it appeared to them, was the 4th, which turned retrograde to the others. 4th fastest was the 3rd, and 5th fastest the 2nd. It all turned on the knees of necessity. On top of each rim, carried around by its motion, stood a siren who sang one constant note, all 8 of which blended into a single harmony. Equidistant around the spindle, seated white-robed in thrones with holy bands on their heads, sat the 3 Moirai, footnote, the Parsi, or Fates. Necessity's daughters, Lachesis, Clotho, and Atropos, and sang to the siren's harmony, Lachesis of the past, Clotho of the present, and Atropos of the future. At regular intervals Clotho would touch the spindle's outer circumference with her right hand to help spin it, and Atropos did the same to the inner ones with her left. Lachesis touched each in turn with alternate hands. When they arrived, he said, they had to go straight up to Lachesis. A speaker first stood them in order, then took lots and patterns of lives from Lachesis' knees, mounted a high rostrum, and spoke, the word of necessity's maiden daughter Lachesis, souls of a day, here begins a new round of mortal life leading to death. Guiding deities shall not draw lots for you, you will choose them. Let him that draws first be first to choose the life he shall of necessity lead. Excellence has no master, as you honor or dishonor her, so shall you receive more of her or less. Guilt to the chooser, God has no guilt. With that he threw down the lots and each picked up the one nearest him, except her, who was forbidden to do so. They set the patterns of lives before them on the ground, many more than the souls. They were of every description, of all animals and every sort of person. There were tyrants among them, some to survive, others to be destroyed in mid-career or to end in poverty, exile, and begging. There were lives of illustrious men, to be renowned for physical beauty and strength and athletic ability, or for their families and their ancestors' virtues, others of unrenowned men, and similar lives of women. The quality of soul was not given, because of the necessity for it to change to conform to the life that it chose. But all the other characteristics were there, mingled with each other, with wealth and poverty, sickness and health, and with their intermediate conditions. Here, dear Glaucon, it seems, lies the supreme hazard for man, and for this reason each of us must carefully ignore all other studies and become an avid seeker and student of this, to learn, if he can, who can give him the knowledge and power to distinguish a good life from a bad and to choose always and everywhere the best from out of the possible. He must weigh all the things we have said, separately and in combination, to see how they contribute to the excellence of life, learn what good and what evil beauty can do when dejoined with poverty or wealth and with any given state of the soul, and what all the other native and acquired attributes of the soul, high and low birth, private life and public office, strength and weakness, ease and difficulty of learning, can do when blended together, so that by weighing all this and looking at the nature of the soul he may be able to choose for himself a better or worse life, calling one that will make his soul less just worse, more just better, and let everything else go, because we've seen that this is the best choice for him both while living and dead. He must go down to Hades 6:19 with this iron conviction, so that even their wealth and similar evils will not dazzle him and make him fall into tyranny or other business where he commits incurable crimes that will bring him even greater suffering, but know instead how always to choose the mean from such lives and to avoid the extremes on either side, both in this life, so far as is possible, and for all future time. Thus will a man be the happiest. Then, said the messenger from over there, the speaker continued, even the last to approach will find, if he chooses with intelligence, a tolerable life lying here, not at all evil, for one that lives intensely. Let not the first choose carelessly, nor the last give up hope. With that, he said, the one who had drawn first lot went right up and took the life of the greatest tyrant. He chose out of greed and stupidity, without weighing everything well or noticing that it decreed among other evils that he eat his own children. When he examined it at his leisure, he beat his breast and lamented his choice. He didn't heed the speaker's warning, but blamed his luck and the gods and everything but himself. He was one who had come down from heaven, and he had spent his former life in an ordered regime where he partook of excellence by habit without philosophy. Perhaps most of those trapped by such lives were back from heaven, where they had grown unpracticed in toil. But few that had come from the earth made an impulsive choice, because they had suffered and seen others suffer. For this reason, and also because of the luck of the draw, most of the souls exchanged good and evil. If, therefore, a person practices sound philosophy whenever he comes to this life, and if his lot doesn't fall with the last, he should, from this report we've received, not only be happy here, but find the journey from here to there and back again to be smooth and heavenly rather than earthy and rough. He said it was worth seeing how the various souls chose 520 their lives, a pitiful, funny, astonishing sight. Most chose according to the habits of their former lives. He saw a soul that had once been Orpheus choose the life of a swan, not wishing to be conceived and born of a woman because he hated the entire sex for having put him to death. He saw the soul of Tamarus choose the life of a nightingale, a swan exchanged its life for a man's, and other musical creatures did likewise. The 20th soul chose the life of a lion. This singer blinded for boasting that he could rival the Muses, Gilead. 2.595-600. Ajax, below, was the hero at Troy, who went insane and committed suicide after the Greek generals awarded the armor of the dead Achilles to Odysseus rather than to him, Sophocles' Ajax. Atalanta was a beautiful huntress who would only marry the man who could beat her in a foot race. The losers were killed. Epeius was a skilled carpenter at Troy, who built the Trojan horse. Thersites was an ugly Greek soldier at Troy. In Iliad 2.211-277, he insults his general, Agamemnon, gets beaten and laughed at. Had been Telamonian Ajax, and it shunned becoming a man because it remembered the judgment over the arms of Achilles. Next came the soul of Agamemnon, which also hated the human race for what it had suffered, and exchanged its life for an eagle's. Near the middle drew the soul of Atalanta, and when she saw the honors of an athletic man she couldn't resist taking them. After that he saw the soul of Epeius, son of Panopeus, go into the nature of a talented sea lady, and way back with the last the soul of the buffoon Thersites, who put on an ape. As luck would have it, the soul of Odysseus had drawn the very last lot, and because the memory of its previous struggles had cured its ambition, it walked around for a long time looking for the life of a peaceful, uninvolved man. It finally found one, lying there neglected by everyone else, happily took it, and said it would have made the same choice if it had drawn the first lot. And the animals likewise turned into men and into other animals, the unjust into wild ones, the just into tarn, and every sort of mixture took place. After all the souls had chosen their lives, they went up to Lachesis in the order in which they had drawn. To each she presented the deity it had selected, to be guardian of its life and to fulfill what was chosen. The deity first led the soul up to Clotho, under her hand and the whirl of the spindle, to ratify the destiny chosen. After touching that, each was brought to Atropos spinning to make destiny's web irreversible. Then without turning around they passed under the throne of necessity and out. When all had emerged, they marched through terrible, 621 stifling heat to the plain of Lethe, garden of plants and trees. In the evening they camped near the river of indifference, whose waters no pail can hold. Each had to drink a measure of water, some lost their heads and drank more. They forgot everything when they had drunk. In the middle be of the night, as they slept, there was thunder and earthquake and all were suddenly swept up in different directions to birth, leaping upward like stars. But had been forbidden to drink of the water. How he returned to his body he didn't remember. He suddenly looked up and found himself on the funeral pyre. Thus, Glaucon, the tale was preserved and did not pass sea away. And if we listen to it, it may preserve us and we shall cross the river of Lethe without defiling our souls. And if we believe what I say, convinced that the soul is immortal and strong to endure all good and all evil, we shall ever hold to the upward path and practice justice with knowledge in all that we do, to the end that, while lingering here, we may be friends with ourselves and the gods, and when, like victorious athletes collecting their spoils, we have won the prize for justice both here and in the 1,000-year journey we have gone through, we shall fare well. Appendix, The Spindle of Necessity, Book 10, 616b, 617c. The interpretations of this passage are so numerous that adding another will scarcely disturb their mass. Like the others, this one relies heavily on speculation and conjecture. The passage opens like this. They beheld a straight light, like a pillar, stretched from above through all of heaven and earth, most like the rainbow, but purer and brighter. This they reached in a day's journey, where at the light center they saw extended from heaven the tips of its bonds, for this light holds all heaven together, binding its entire circumference like the understraps of a warship, and stretched from the tips the spindle of necessity, through which turn all of heaven's revolutions. The description consists of two main parts, the light and the spindle. The spindle seems clearly intended to represent the physical universe. The light and the circumference of heaven which it binds together give the impression of being vastly larger than the spindle and the earth from where the souls are observing. Aside from the earth and the spindle, no material features are attributed to this arrangement, only incorporeal or figurative ones, light, circumference, bonds, heaven. We are not even told its shape, we must infer that it forms a sphere from the mention of circumfer 28o appendix once, and revolutions, and from our knowledge that for Plato the sphere was the most perfect figure, Timaeus 33b, and the only thinkable shape for the cosmos. This huge, immaterial structure must therefore be the intelligible world, which the souls, now pure and rid of their bodies, can see. If so, we are moving in the realm of true astronomy as described in 529 C.D., the realm of motions, in true number and in all true figures, of speed that is and slowness that is, etc. The light too must then be intelligible rather than sensible, it is truth, the emanation of the good, as visible light is the emanation of the sun, cf. 508b, ff. This light is straight, like a pillar, and most like the rainbow. The second simile does not refer to the rainbow's shape, it would then contradict the first, but to the quality of its light, as the following words, purer and brighter, suggest. The universe, then, is conceived as a sphere with the shaft of light extended through its center. At the center of this column of light, and therefore at the exact center of the sphere, are found the earth and the spindle. How two things can occupy the same place is not clear, perhaps they do so mythically, or the earth may be slightly displaced. The spindle is suspended from the tips of heaven's bonds. These bonds are perhaps best taken as radii extending toward the center from the intelligible bodies, or motions, revolving in heaven, with the fixed stars, or their intelligible motions, at the outermost circumference. The radii meet and end at the center, and are pictured as having tips which support the spindle. We would say that such radii are invisible and imaginary. Plato would agree that they are invisible, being intelligible, but real. And in the intelligible realm they would be visible to the eye of the soul. All heavenly revolutions circle the center, and therefore their radii turn through the spindle. The radii are bonds in the sense that they bind all the heavenly motions together. If the radii collapsed, the whole structure would collapse. The light too equals truth, we are told, binds heaven together, in the sense that it makes the whole intelligible and rational, and therefore real. It perhaps also from the words, from above. The center of a sphere is the truly existing below, 584e, from which everything is up. Is unclear what the simile, like the understraps of a warship, refers to, since we don't know exactly what these understraps were, but it is possible that the simile was not meant to be pressed. The details of the sirens and of Necessity and her daughters, 617b, c, are taken from mythology and are probably not intended to fit physically into the representation of the universe. They are eternally valid, but do not occupy space, as it were, they exist on a different plane of reality. The spindle is a divine model of the physical universe, or perhaps it is the physical universe, viewed intelligibly by the eyes of the souls. It appears to be much smaller than the sphere that encloses it, as the sensible world is smaller than the intelligible. Some, perhaps all, of the features of the intelligible cosmos, such as the orbits of the stars and the planets, are reproduced on a smaller scale here, just as the perfect realities of the intelligible world are faintly and imperfectly copied in the sensible world. The spindle, though divine and presumably intelligible, nevertheless is more material than the sphere that contains it. We are no longer solely in the realm of pure astronomy and perfect motions. Its shaft is of adamant, the hardest material, representing truth under the aspect of necessity. Like necessity, adamant cannot be bent or changed. The whorls of the spindle consist of adamant and other, necessarily less perfect, materials. These whorls, 616d, ff, represent the orbits of the fixed stars and of the planets of the physical world, in this order, following Adam in the first, outermost, rim, the fixed stars. In the second, Saturn. In the third, Jupiter. In the fourth, Mars. In the fifth, Mercury. In the sixth, Venus. In the seventh, the Sun. In the eighth, the Moon. The widths of the rims probably represent the distances between the orbits. Plato's ordering of the heavenly bodies has, as Adam points out, nothing to do with fact or probability, but is purely mathematical, based on numerical combinations that all yield the number 9. The following scheme is Cook-Wilson's, quoted in Adam. Arrangement expressed by order of width of rim. Put the numbers of the whorls in the order of their rim width and connect the numbers that add up to 9.